Hello. Hi. Happy Monday. What's up? Can you guys see me? Can you guys hear me? I see a few. Oh, thanks, John. I saw your comment. I appreciate it. Nice words. Hey, my traveling gypsy. I saw Tipsy, John, Cole. What's up? Yeah. You can see me. Hello. Hello, Michelle. Yay. I haven't seen you in so long. I miss you. Good to see you, girl. I know. Today it's like we're doing something a little different. It's like still true crime related. We're going to read the DOJ report about Fulton County Jail in Georgia and about the inhumane conditions allegedly in this document. So it's a long one. Trigger warning. It is a little brutal. I haven't read over it, but I have read pieces of it here and there. So we're going to get started. Not Cole calling me out. Yeah, so the reason why I always wear black clothing is because all of my jobs have requested that I wear black clothing. I know. Austin, yay, hi. So yeah, if you see me in black clothing a lot, one, it's my favorite color, and two, I have to wear it for work all the time. So with that being said, Michelle says, hey, Austin, thank you for coming and being here. I appreciate you. Michelle says, I live in Georgia. Right. And that's like the point is, we're on the other side of true crime. And we always say like, oh, this person deserves a death penalty or to be incarcerated, etc. But do those humans still have constitutional rights to being treated fairly in jail or prison? So it's, it's one of those topics. So people get weird about talking about it. It's good to see you, Austin. So we're going to get started. It's the DOJ report from Fulton County Jail in Georgia. Let me fast forward to the beginning. So I appreciate you guys for being here. Make sure you hit that like button. Let's get started. Trigger warning, it is pretty brutal. So executive summary. In September of 2022, I should probably let you guys know why we're reading it. I just was getting right into it. So yes, allegedly they are being accused of inhumane treatment for these incarcerated people. A lot of it has led to death, health conditions, etc. So that's why we're going over it. It was filed on November the 15th of 2024, so just a few days ago. So let's get started. Executive summary. In September of 2022, LaShawn Thompson died alone in a filthy cell in the mental health unit of the Fulton County Jail. Mr. Thompson, who had a history of mental illness, was unhoused, and he was accused of spitting at a Georgia Tech police officer and arrested on a simple battery charge, then held on an old warrant. 3 months after his arrest, Mr. Thompson was found in his cell, slumped over with his head on his toilet. A medical examiner reported that his malnourished body was infested with, quote unquote, an enormous presence of body lice, and concluded that he was, quote unquote, neglected to death. There was a widespread reporting and outrage about the conditions that led to Mr. Thompson's death. But there was another death on the mental health unit several months before Mr. Thompson's that never made the news. An unhoused man with serious mental illness was arrested and held in Fulton County Jail's mental health unit after breaking into a building to seek shelter and warmth. On the mental health unit, he stopped taking his medications and his health declined. He was found unresponsive following a likely seizure and was transported to an outside hospital for care, but never recovered. He died in hospice a month later. 2 more people died in the jail's mental health unit in the weeks following Mr. Thompson's death. Both men had serious mental health needs. One had a developmental disability. Both were killed by their cellmates, and both were found with their feet bound. One of them was wrapped up in bedding like a mummy. Altogether, these 4 Black men with serious mental health issues died in the jail's mental health unit in under a year. With that being said, I'm not a lawyer. This is just commentary, my YouTube channel. This is a literal DOJ report. This is public for all people who want to request it through FOIA, etc. You can find it online. I will link it down below. It's public information. So I'm just here bringing the news. I think it's important. Like I said, we talk true crime all day, and we need to look at the other side of it as well, right? And we all know family. We've all been through stuff. We've all been most of us have been incarcerated. Most of us have not, but we have family members that have. And, you know, what's right and what's not. What's right, right? Quote unquote, right. But I do believe that from what have read in this report, I haven't read all of it. It's fairly long. I'm a little disgusted. And so I wanted to bring awareness to this. If you hadn't heard about this, it is part of the system, right? So we should be aware. Debbie, hello, my beautiful friend. Good to see you. 𝐿𝐴N's like, oh my God. 𝐿𝐴N's like, what is this, Melly? This is not true crime, but it is true crime, right? Because like, not that 𝐿𝐴N said that, but I felt like a little different just not talking and reporting on true crime. But I'm like, well, because it is true crime in my eyes, but I feel like the other side of that, right? Like we say, we want these people to be incarcerated, and then these are the conditions they're living in. Is that fair? Fair? What do you think is right? I mean, let me know. That's why I want to report on it. Michelle says this is crazy. It is crazy. Let's continue. In July of 2023, we opened a civil rights investigation into the conditions at Fulton County Jail under the Civil Rights of Institutionalized Persons and the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act. Within weeks of opening our investigation, 6 more Black men had died in the jail. One person was found unresponsive in his cell after his cellmate strangled him. And days later, tensions in the jail erupted in violence. Within 24 hours, 5 units in the jail saw violent assaults, and at least 7 people were stabbed and 1 person was killed. After an extensive investigation, we find reasonable cause to believe that Fulton County and the Fulton County Sheriff's Office violate the constitutional and statutory rights of people incarcerated at the Fulton County Jail. Fulton County Jail fails to adequately protect incarcerated people from the substantial risk of serious harm from violence, including homicides and stabbings by other incarcerated people. Didn't realize it was a mental health unit. Well, those should be rights, right? That they're entitled to while being incarcerated. I guess it leads back to that, but yes. Although prison is a punishment, I think this is definitely wrong. Thanks, John. I know, this is nothing, you guys. Serious violence has harmed people with mental health needs and vulnerable populations. Assaults are carried out with weapons fashioned from jail fixtures and are made possible by physical deficiencies in the jail environment, such as unlocked doors. The jail has long had inadequate practices for reporting and responding appropriately to sex violence. Poor supervision, poor classification practices, and inattention to the maintenance of the jail are major contributors to the unacceptable violence. Fulton County Jail deputies and detention officers use force against incarcerated people without adequate justification. This includes a practice of deploying tasers against incarcerated people without reasonable cause. Understaffing in the facility contributes to the excess use of force, as do poor policies, training, and the failure of supervisors to identify, correct, and discipline records. Fulton County Jail living conditions do not meet basic constitutional standards. The jail has allowed housing areas to fall into a state of serious despair, without standing water collecting in living areas, exposed wires, pests poorly controlled, and deficient services for providing clean clothing and sheets. These conditions are dangerous and unsanitary. Meals are served to the incarcerated population in an unsanitary manner and do not meet nutritional standards. As a result, people in the jail have suffered harms from pest infestation and malnourishment. That's brutal. Mental and mental health care in the Fulton County Jail do not meet constitutional standards. The jail impedes access to medical and mental health care through a lack of security staff. Medication administration gaps lead to medical and mental health complications and injuries. When medical emergencies occur, the jail fails to provide appropriate medical care. And although people with mental health needs are overrepresented in the jail population, the jail environment exacerbates symptoms of mental illness. The jail does not adequately protect people from a risk of suicide and does not adequately treat serious mental health needs. Restrictive housing conditions in the jail pose a substantial risk of harm, including acute mental illness and self-injury, and restrictive housing practices are discriminatory and unlawful. The jail places people in isolation without adequate monitoring for decompensation. Restrictive housing placement processes discriminate against people with mental health disabilities in violation of the ADA. Jail officers punish people with long terms and restrictive housing without adequate due process protections. Thank you, my traveling gypsy Turo, for being here. Right. Georgia is one of the only 4 states where the juvenile justice system jurisdiction ends at 16. There are 17-year-old boys and girls at the jail, many of whom spend over a year in custody. These children are subjected to violence and excessive force. They experience sex abuse and are denied inadequate mental health care. The jail's use of restrictive housing uniquely harms these children because they are psychologically different from adults, making their time in isolation much more damaging, exacerbating the onset of mental illness, increasing the risk of suicide, and causing long-lasting trauma. The jail also fails to provide special education services to 17-year-old boys and girls who are entitled to them, in violation of the Individuals Disabilities Education Act. None of these problems are new, and despite widespread awareness of these issues, the unconstitutional and illegal conditions have persisted. Vulnerable populations, including children, those who are gay or transgender people with medical and mental health needs, and others, often bear the brunt of these conditions. Deaths and other harms have continued. In April 2024, an incarcerated person died in the jail after being stabbed 20 times. Less than a week later, a man was found dead in his cell, likely hours after his death. The report that follows explains the scope of our investigation and provides background information about the jail. The report describes the unconstitutional and statutory violations that we found in the jail, including the legal framework applied, the unacceptable conditions identified, and the deficient practices that led to these problems. We end by identifying changes that need to be implemented to fix the violations and prevent further harms. Cole says some of this is on the CEOs, but the lack of mental health workers inside the jail is mind-blowing. It's interesting to hear from you, Cole, on that. Okay, so if you see me mute or like move out of the screen, it's probably because I'm taking a drink and I don't want to be rude in your like face. Background: jail population. Fulton County Jail is our largest county in Georgia with more than 1 million people, just over 10% of Georgia's population. It includes most of the city of Atlanta. The Fulton County Jail is the secure detention facility for people awaiting resolution of criminal charges in Fulton County. The entities responsible for the jail are the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, which operates the jail, and Fulton County, which funds the jail. The Fulton County Sheriff is Sheriff Patrick Pat Labatt. Sheriff Labatt took office in January of 2021. The 7-member Fulton County Board of Commissioners is the governing body for Fulton County. Through the Board of Commissioners, Fulton County provides funding for the jail and maintains the jail facilities. The county sets funding levels for the sheriff's office, but the sheriff is an independent elected official whose authority is defined in the Georgia Constitution. The Fulton County has 4 buildings, the main jail and 3 annexed facilities. The jail population is nearly all people with pending criminal charges. In July of 2024, only 2% of the jail population was serving a criminal sentence. Thus, nearly all of the people held in the jail are not there as a result of being found guilty of a crime. So that's major, right? They haven't been convicted. John says, I believe all of the inmates have been convicted of crimes. They should be kept under lock and key in a civilized manner. Fair, but is this civilized in your opinion, John? I'm just curious. I just want to get your guys' opinions. So the prison looks after convicts and non-convicts. Well, they haven't been found guilty yet, so they're housing them until trial or their court hearings, probably. People spend long periods detained in the jail. According to an analysis commissioned by the county, nearly 1/4 of the population in the jail on January 20th, 2023, which is 873 people, had been held a year or more. We did our own analysis of the jail's population as it existed on a random day in March of 2024 and found the average length of stay was 279 days. We identified 245 people who had been in custody for 2 years or more. 14 people had been in jail for over 5 years, and 1 who had been there more than a decade. These lengthy periods of confinement are more consistent with time spent in prisons than in jail meant for pretrial detention. Many people in the jail's population had repeat stays in the jail. In June of 2023, 764 people booked into the jail, or 41% of bookings that month, had 1 or more prior bookings. Black people are overrepresented in the jail as compared to the Fulton County population. According to jail census data from March of 2024, 91% of incarcerated in the jail are Black, compared to just 45% of the Fulton County population. 9% of people incarcerated in the jail are white, and less than 1% are Hispanic, Latino, or Asian American. In comparison, the population of Fulton County is 38% white, 8% Hispanic or Latino, and 8% Asian and Asian American. A significant portion of the jail's population has an unidentified mental illness. By September of 2023, 380 people booked into the jail. In June of 2023, 20% of the bookings that month were placed on the jail's mental health caseload. According to the sheriff, 62% of people who enter the jail have been identified as having mental health and/or substance use disorder needs. The jail's mental health provider also identified 272 persons in custody at the jail in September of 2023 who had a serious mental illness. Exacerbating challenges facing the population with mental illness, the demand for competency restoration services has outpaced the ability of such services in Georgia. When people charged with violent felonies are found incompetent to be tried and meet criteria for inpatient treatment, they are often held in the jail for long periods, awaiting placement in a state-run hospital. John Clark says this makes it even worse. If they make it to them, right? There's nothing civilized about this, right? My traveling gypsy tourist says everyone deserves proper health care to them. I agree. Because Georgia is one of only 4 states where the juvenile justice system's jurisdiction ends at 16, all 17-year-olds, regardless of offense, are charged as adults. Along with 17-year-olds who have been charged as adults at 17, the jail houses 17-year-olds who, because of the nature of the charge or a court order, were charged as adults at 16 or younger. These children are moved to the jail when they turn 17. In March of 2024, there were 37 17-year-old boys in the jail and 1 17-year-old girl. The average stay for people who enter the jail at 17 is 392 days. The jail has struggled to address a ballooning population and overcrowding. At a Board of Commissioners meeting in May of 2022, the sheriff reported that due to overcrowding, there were 366 people sleeping in temporary beds on the floor of the jail. In a July 2022 Board of Commissioners meeting, the sheriff advised that the total population in the jail was about to reach 3,400, which is an increase of 600 from the year before, and a Fulton County commissioner described the overcrowding in the jail as inhumane. The increased jail population and strain on jail facilities are in part a result of court delays following the C pandemic. In an attempt to address the overcrowding, the county sought to speed up cases in the criminal courts, including by adding new judges and expanding remote access to the courts. The sheriff's office also created its own program called the Intimate Advocacy Unit to identify people in the jail who need their criminal cases expedited or who could be properly appropriately released. According to the sheriff, as of September 2023, the inmate advocacy unit had secured the release of 78 people. Fulton County and the Sheriff's Office have transferred many Fulton detainees to other counties and jail facilities at a significant cost. As of March 2024, Fulton County and the Sheriff's Office were housing 267 people in other counties and 388 people in the Atlanta City Detention Center, pursuant to lease with the City of Atlanta. Over the past year, the jail's population has declined. In mid-August 2024, the total jail population was 1,822, and the main population was 1,580, both a decline of about 1,000 people from the year before. The main jail's population declined in part because housing units were uninhabitable. In August of 2024, a presentation to the Board of Commissioners showed that 630 beds at the male jail were offline. 6 zones, which is 216 beds, had sewage backups, and 216 beds were undergoing repairs, and 198 beds were unavailable due to fire restoration or were awaiting parts of the repair of a critical safety feature. The population will likely increase when these units reopen. So I'm curious where all the taxpayer money is going, and if this money has received funds to fix a jail and do what they're supposed to be doing. It leads to a question of corruption. Whoever is running the institution shall be held accountable for this. I agree, John. Are the prisons state-owned or run by private companies? I believe well, I think that might vary. Some of them might be state-owned, some of them might be private, but they're getting funding from somewhere, right? And if this jail can't even house what they're supposed to be holding, what is going on, right? So not healthy. Hussein says, I know, right? Let's move on. The jail is a crisis. In the wake of Mr. Thompson's death in September of 2022 and the outcry surrounding it, the county and the sheriff's office made public efforts to remedy conditions inside the jail, particularly those that contributed to Mr. Thompson's death. At a Board of Commissioners meeting in April of 2023, one commissioner stated, "The jail crisis, it's in a crisis situation. Mr. Thompson died in part because of the overall crisis that the jail is in." During that board meeting, the Board of Commissioners approved $5.3 million in emergency funding for the jail to clean medical and psychiatric observation areas, improve security, and consult an emergency management firm. The funding included the sheriff's request for $2.1 million to a private company to put digital wristbands on people incarcerated in the jail and monitor the biometric data. But the county rescinded funding for this contract 5 months later after learning that only 15 wristbands were in use at that main jail. So there we go. We just answered our own question that we were all just chatting about. So the fact that they got 2.1 for digital wristbands and only 15 wristbands were used. That sounds like a problem of corruption within this jail, right? I'm probably going to get flagged. I'm going to be like, you're not allowed to talk about that. Are these places inspected? Yeah, again, it leads to what actually is going on. Hopefully not going into the prison. I think it is, if you ask me. The sheriff accepted resignations from 3 high-ranking members of the sheriff's office, suggesting that they were responsible for the circumstances that led to Mr. Thompson's death. He also indicated that he might seek a new healthcare provider for the jail, but the jail's private healthcare provider, 𝗏𝐹Care, announced that it planned to terminate the contract because of violence and unsafe working conditions in the jail. Ultimately, the dispute was resolved and 𝗏𝐹Care remains the current health provider. 𝗏𝐹Care, you should have just walked away when you could have. In November of 2023, reports surfaced about the misuse of the jail's inmate welfare fund. The fund comes from money incarcerated people and their families spend on the phone calls and commissary items, such as food, clothing, and hygiene items, and by county law was to be used for the welfare of the incarcerated population. Instead, money intended to benefit the incarcerated population went to benefits, community events, vehicles, and tasers. In response, the Board of Commissioners abolished the inmate welfare fund, and the sheriff's office lost direct access to millions of dollars that had been reserved for the incarcerated population's benefit. Death and serious injuries remain prevalent at the jail. Thus far in 2024, 3 men at the main jail have died, one of suspected DRUG overdose, and one by stabbing, and one by unaliving himself. My Gypsy Tarot, so if they inspected, how are they getting away with this? Great question. I would like to know as well. John Clark says bribery. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, right? So number 3, our investigation. Opened in July of 2023, our investigation initially focused on 6 issue areas: living conditions, protection from harm, use of force, medical and mental health care, and discrimination against people with psychiatric disabilities. In April of 2024, we expanded our investigations under 𝐟𝗵𝗃 to encompass 3 additional areas: restrictive housing, disciplinary practices for incarcerated people, and a special education services for young people. We gathered information from multiple sites and site inspections, interviews with current and former jail and medical health staff, interviews with incarcerated and recently incarcerated people and family members, and an extensive document review including jail and medical records. We observed Fulton County Board of Commissioner meetings at which measures relating to the jails were discussed, and we met with organizations that advocate for the incarcerated population. Expert consultants accompanied us during site inspections and interviews. They have expertise in jail operations, use of force analysis, jail sanitation, nutrition, and the provisions of medical and mental health care in jail settings. They have decades of experience working inside jail settings as correctional professionals, as well as experience evaluating jail systems and identifying problems. We also consulted an expert in the implementation of the IDEA in correctional facilities and a team of data experts who helped us analyze jail data on violence, use of force, and contraband. We thank both Fulton County and the Fulton County Sheriff's Office for their cooperation with this investigation. The jail facilities. The Fulton County Jail consists of the male jail at 901 Rice Street in Atlanta and the annex as South Fulton County Jail in the Union City, the 𝗟𝗵𝗿𝗲 Jail, and the 𝗪𝗇𝗏 Annex, a short distance from the main jail. The main jail was built in 1989, originally designed to house up to 1,125 people in single-person cells. The facility began double-ceiling people almost immediately after its opening and now has 2,254 beds. The most recent staffing analysis conducted in 2015 found that most of the main jail could accommodate, based on its operations, was 1,868 people. In July of 2023, there were 2,669 people in the facility, but in mid-August of 2024, with multiple housing areas offline pending repair, the population was 1,580 people. The main jail is a central booking area for the county. It has an intake unit and a medical unit with medical and psychiatric observation housing for men and women. 17-year-old girls in the sheriff's custody reside in the women's medical unit. The main jail consists of a 3-story low-rise structure joined to an elevator tower, providing access to 2 housing towers. The north tower has 7 floors for housing, and the south tower has 6. Each housing unit has 8 zones arranged in a horseshoe around an elevated control tower. The housing zones has between 16 and 18 cells split over 2 tiers. The cells open into a day room with tables bolted to the floor, phones, a kiosk, and a shower on each tier. Hey Scott, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Apparently he is doing that because prisoners are overcrowded. Good observation. This blows my mind. I have no words. Yeah, me either. South Annex. The South Annex in Union City, Georgia is located about 20 miles south of the main jail. It has 285 beds, and as of mid-August of 2024, it housed 146 people. It held Fulton County's female population until December of 2022, when Fulton County and the Sheriff's Office shuttered the facility and relocated the women to ACDC. The South Annex reopened in July of 2023. The Sheriff's Office initially said its use of the South Annex as a temporary housing for persons from the main jail would allow repairs in October of 2023. Staff told us that the facility was for the more violent and harder to manage population and people being disciplined for violating jail rules. It also has a unit specifically for 17-year-old boys. The housing area in the South Annex is a single floor divided into East and West units. Each unit has a central booth with 4 pods arranged in a horseshoe. The pods have between 5 and 10 cells distributed across a bottom and top tier. Some cells are 2-person cells and others house up to 8 people. The cells open onto a day room for each pod with affixed tables, a shower, phones, and a kiosk. The North Annex is located 25 miles north of the main jail in 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝗲. It has 50 beds and as of mid-August of 2024 held 27 people. The North Annex has an intake and reception center and separate housing areas for men and women. Fulton County and the Fulton County Sheriff's Office house detainees there, particularly people who need separation from the jail population because of the nature of their conflicts in jail. The 𝗪𝗇E Annex is located a short distance from the main jail on Marietta Boulevard. It has 80 beds and as of mid-August 2024, 69 people. The facility houses trustees, incarcerated people who work in the jail, providing clean and meal preparation services for about $1 a day. There is also a small population of people who participate in rehabilitative programming. The 𝗪𝗇E Annex has 1 control booth at the center of 4 large rooms. 2 of these rooms are dormitory-style housing units with bunk beds. The other 2 rooms are housed for officer training and some programming for the incarcerated population. Civil rights violations identified. We find reasonable cause to believe that Fulton County and the Fulton County Sheriff's Office violates constitutional and federal statutory rights of people incarcerated in the Fulton County Jail. The Fulton County Jail does not adequately protect incarcerated people from a substantial risk of serious harm from violence by other incarcerated people inside its facilities. Violent acts by incarcerated people against other incarcerated people in the jail includes homicides, stabbing, and 𝗟𝗄. People with serious mental illness and people identified as gay or transgender and young people are particularly vulnerable to violence in the jail. Poor supervision, classification, jail maintenance, contraband control, and investigations contribute to the unacceptable violence. Correctional officials, quote unquote, have a duty to protect prisoners from violence at the hands of other prisoners. Jail officials violate the 8th and 14th Amendment rights of those in their custody when they are deliberately indifferent to an excessive risk of violence. Occasional isolated attacks by one prisoner on another may not constitute cruel and unusual punishment, but confinement in a prison where violence and terror reign is actionable. Deliberate indifference may be established where serious inmate-on-inmate violence is the norm or something close to it. Failure to classify or separate violent from nonviolent people can amount to deliberate indifference and create an excessive risk of violence to the incarcerated population. The failure to adequately supervise and monitor incarcerated people, provide sufficient staffing, confiscate dangerous contraband, and investigate misconduct also constitute deliberate indifference and expose incarcerated people to a substantial risk of harm. Hi, my beautiful Esther. Good to see you. Thanks for being here, love. I appreciate you. We're reading over the DOJ report for Fulton County Jail and not having humane policies in place for the incarcerated individuals. John says, Melly, it would be great if you did an episode on the UK government policy of letting prisoners out early. Okay. Yeah, I would love that. I'll look into it. That's very interesting. I do hear that it works a lot different in the UK and Australia when it comes to true crime. Number 1, the jail exposes incarcerated people to extreme violence and the risk of serious harm. Leadership at the county and sheriff's office are aware of the violence in the jail and have publicly decried it, yet they have failed to take adequate action to address the crisis in homicide, stabbings, and other violent acts at dangerous levels. 1.1. Unalivings, stabbings, and assaults are common in the jail. In less than 24 hours in August of 2023, at least 7 people were stabbed and 1 was unalived at the jail. The violence spanned 5 units and 3 floors. It started at 11:30 p.m. when officers discovered that people from one housing zone had opened their zone door and entered another zone to assault people. The next day at 2:21 p.m., an officer heard screaming coming from the restrictive housing unit on the 7th floor. He found one incarcerated person with blood on his shoulder and a second incarcerated person on the floor in a pool of blood. That person died from multiple stab wounds. The locking mechanism for the doors in that unit had been broken, and while officers tried to secure the scene, incarcerated people kept trying to assault each other. One incarcerated person had to be treated for exhaustion. Almost simultaneously at 2:26 p.m., a sergeant found another incarcerated man with blood on his face and chest in another unit. The victim required emergency medical transport for multiple puncture wounds to his face and back, allowing an attack. At 9:15 p.m., an officer tased someone to break up a fight. Medical attention for the taser deployment was delayed because the jail was overwhelmed with stretcher calls. From 2022 to present, 6 incarcerated people have died in violent attacks at the jail. In April of 2024, a 37-year-old man died after being assaulted by another incarcerated person. Medical staff found the victim lying at the entrance of the housing unit with multiple wounds covered in blood. The victim was stabbed 20 times with a 9-inch weapon and sustained stab wounds to the head, neck, torso, arms, and legs. In August of 2023, a 23-year-old man died when he was stabbed multiple times by one or more other incarcerated people, as described above. The victim was found laying face down on the floor of the day room in a pool of blood with deep lacerations to his upper back. He had stab wounds to his neck, head, abdomen, back, and arms. In August of 2023, a 34-year-old man died from strangulation. The victim was found unresponsive in his cell. In November of 2022, a 32-year-old man died in the mental health unit after his cellmate allegedly assaulted him. The victim's feet were bound, and he had a bloody nose and raccoon eyes, a sign of head trauma. Medical responders reported that his body was cold to the touch. In October of 2022, a 20-year-old man died in the mental health unit after being strangled by his cellmate. The victim was found wrapped in a county-issued blanket with straps tied around his ankles, knees, waist, chest, and neck. In September of 2022, a 33-year-old man died after being stabbed by another incarcerated person. The victim had a stab wound between his shoulder and neck and a deep gaping wound above his eyebrow. A significant percentage of the homicide victims had one or more serious mental illnesses. All had been incarcerated for months or years. Their average length stay of jail was 253 days, and the longest stay was 654 days. All 6 victims were Black men. Half of the homicides at the jail involved sharpened weapons. Assaults and stabbings with man-made shanks are a feature of life at the jail. In May of 2024, 4 incarcerated people entered another man's cell and stabbed him 8 times in his sleep. Days before the April 2024 stabbing, another incarcerated man was stabbed in the head and did not seek medical treatment for 10 hours because of ongoing threats on his life. One of the 2023 homicide victims was injured in 3 previous stabbings at the jail. According to the Sheriff's Office reports, in 2023, there were 1,054 assaults on incarcerated people and 314 stabbings in the jail. In 2023, the rate of stabbings at the jail was 1.5 times the rate of stabbings in the New York City jails and more than 27 times the rate of all incidents involved an edged weapon in the Miami-County Dade Jail. The jail had many stabbings in a single month as the Miami-Dade County Jail, which housed 1.5 times more people all year. And then this is a quote from a Fulton County Jail detainee at the September 2023 meetings of the Board of Commissioners. Quote unquote, I had knives put to my throat and I had to call my mom telling them, please, wire somebody some money or I'm going to be unalived. Nobody should be subject to that at jail where you're supposed to be waiting to get your day in court. And then this is a graph. Oh my gosh, I love graphs. The rate of stabbings, Fulton County, New York jails, Miami-Dade jails. So that's for statistic purposes. We also analyze violence in the jail by examining violent incidents in the same 2 months in the consecutive years. More people were injured in violent incidents during February and August of 2023 than February and August of 2022. Generally, violence in the jail appears to have increased from 2022 to 2023. And from February to August of 2023, the amount of violence remained high, even as the population declined. And then there's another graph. John says it sounds like the inmates are running the jail. It is insane. In the first 9 months of 2023, there were over 200 emergency transports of incarcerated people to an outside hospital for injuries from assaults. In one case, in August 2023, medical staff at the jail treated an incarcerated person after several other incarcerated people reportedly stabbed him in the face and beat him. He reported pain and difficulty breathing, and a medical staff sent him to the hospital for a possible rib fracture. In July of 2023, an incarcerated person was sent to the hospital after another assault by multiple people. He had 9 total stab wounds and required care for complex lacerations and 𝗍𝗏𝗏 tendon injury on his hand. In May of 2023, an incarcerated person was sent to the hospital for injuries to his scalp, chest, arm, thigh, back, and hand from a stabbing. His assailant used a 16-inch shank in the attack. There were more emergency medical transports from the jail from injuries and assaults over the 9-month period in 2023 than there were in all of 2022. In some cases, officers allowed or initiated violence at the jail. In some cases, officers have allowed or initiated violence at the jail. In February of 2023, a detention officer opened a door to let an incarcerated person leave his assigned housing unit and enter another housing zone where he and multiple others attacked someone. Although the officer witnessed the assault, she did not report it or get medical help for the victim, and she later sprayed cleaning solution on the blood. The officer was terminated and criminally charged for her conduct. In April of 2022, a jail deputy was fired after he opened an incarcerated person's cell, brought him to another person's cell, then stood by and watched as the 2 men fought. When a federal court ended a prior consent decree over conditions at the jail 9 years ago, the sheriff's department had reported 2 physical assaults with a weapon in the jail in January of 2015 and 3 such assaults in December of 2014. By comparison, there were 7 stabbing incidents in January of 2024 and 10 stabbings in December of 2023, over 3 times the reported number of assaults with any type of weapon at the end of the court's oversight. There is also reason to believe that the sheriff's office data does not capture the true extent of the violence inside the jail. Not all violent incidents at the jail are reported and appropriately documented. For example, in September of 2023, we advised counsel for the county and sheriff's office of a report that an incarcerated person had been stabbed the week before and required medical attention. In response, the jail's medical staff met with this person and confirmed that he had multiple stab wounds to his chest, back, and hands. No incident report documents this assault, and the person told the medical staff that although he reported the stabbing to an officer, he was not taken to medical for treatment until we alerted the council of the incident. We also identified instances of incarcerated people transported to an outside hospital for injuries consistent with violent assaults without incident reports documenting what had occurred. Low staffing levels in the jail described in Section 3 contribute to the failure to report many violent incidents. Another factor is the victim's fear of retaliation for disclosing violence. For example, in March of 2024, a victim suffered through the night until the next morning because he was afraid to report that he had been stabbed. Although this victim was ultimately reported the assault, he refused to identify the assailant, saying that doing so would put him in danger anywhere in the jail. In a separate incident that month, an incarcerated man with multiple puncture wounds to his back and arm denied having been assaulted. Instead, he insisted falling out of the bed. Hey, SoCal Mom. I'm glad you're listening. I appreciate your support. Whoever is running the jail needs to support, right? It is insane. I know. The jail fails to protect vulnerable populations from violence. You know what? Hold on. I wanted you guys to see, I had this video about this too, but I don't know if I saved it. I'll play it if I saved it. If not, then I'll just continue reading. It was just very interesting. I don't think I saved it though. People with serious mental illness, people identified as gay or transgender, and younger people with less experience in the jail system are particularly vulnerable to violence in jail. As mentioned, 2 people with serious mental illness were killed by his cellmates in the jail's mental health unit in the fall of 2022. One of these victims had intellectual disability. I'm going to be fired by YouTube. I'm like, I'm just reading the document, sir. What do you want me to do, sir? I'm just reading the document. In February of 2023, 5 serious assaults occurred against in the mental health unit by their cellmates. In some cases, people perceived as mentally ill or who act strangely are forced out of housing areas by other incarcerated people. In April of 2023, an incarcerated person reported fear for his life because he heard people on the zone announce these mental health blank going on the door tonight and believed that he and others with mental health needs would be forced to leave the housing area. People presumed to be gay or transgender also have a high risk of experiencing violence in the jail. We identified multiple instances of incarcerated people being targeted for violence based on perceived sex or gender identity. In April of 2024, an incarcerated person reported that another incarcerated person assaulted him because he was gay. The victim had visible stretch marks, bruises, and cuts from the incident. In October of 2023, a person reported to officers that he was not safe because people in the housing area were accusing him of being gay. He was stabbed later that day. The same month, a person who presents as a transgender woman also uses a female name and was stabbed while asleep on a temporary bed, which is called a boat, on the floor of the housing unit. The victim told an investigating officer that the assailants targeted her because of her sex and that it was a hate crime. She shared with us that her assailants called her a blank, and gay while attacking her. In June of 2023, an incarcerated person reported that multiple assailants attacked him in the sleep because of his sex, telling officers, quote unquote, I'm bisexual and has gone out and now everyone is at my head. He said that he was moved after being assaulted on another floor for the same reason. The officer observed one of his fingers is broken, his elbow looks out of place, and he has several bruises on his face. That is never okay. Is this a private prison? No. This is Fulton County Jail in Georgia. They better not. Yeah. This is brutal. I mean, I can't imagine being treated like this just because of who I like or love. I mean, we see it and we hear it and we talk about it all the time, but when you place yourself in those shoes, it's like, how would you and I feel, right? If we were being beat in jail because of who we were as a person or who we chose to like and love and be. Like, I don't think that's right. So I do feel that this is a violation of the US Constitution. I do get why this has, become a sudden problem for the government. Additionally, 17-year-old boys at the jail have a substantial risk of experiencing violence, particularly in the period shortly after their arrival. We identified a pattern of 17-year-olds initiating other newly admitted boys to the jail with violent assaults, including 5 cases where boys were seriously assaulted within 2 weeks of admission to the jail and required outside medical care for their injuries. In June of 2023, a 17-year-old boy submitted a grievance saying that he was not safe as other 17-year-olds tried to make every new person crash out, having people fight me and trying to stab me. Despite only around 30 17-year-old boys living in the jail, they were assaulted and required off-site emergency medical care on multiple occasions, including in incidents in February, April, and June of 2023 when 17-year-old boys were choked, stabbed, and beaten. Off-site emergency medical care. In September of 2023, an incarcerated adult attacked a 17-year-old boy who was living in a unit with adult men, despite jail policy requiring separation of 17-year-olds from adult detainees. Hi, Augie, my beautiful friend. I'm glad you made it. This prison is way out of control. I have no words. The jail leaves incarcerated people unprotected from sex violence. There is substantial risk that people incarcerated at the Fulton County Jail will experience sex abuse by other incarcerated people. Poor supervision, poor classification practices, the proliferation of weapons inside the jail, and poor conditions, including faulty door locks and lighting, contribute to an environment in which sex assaults can and do readily occur. The jail has inadequate systems for reporting sex harm and misconduct that makes it difficult to quantify the level of sex violence and to stop it. The national standards for the detection, prevention, and punishment of prison 𝗟𝗡E require PREA, if you don't know what that stands for, requires jails to distribute clear and accurate information to incarcerated people about the jail's zero tolerance policy for sex abuse and how to report sex misconduct. Typically, jails share this information in handbooks and posted signs. Jails should also provide multiple internal ways for incarcerated people to privately report this abuse, as well as an access to an outside agency that will receive and forward reports of this misconduct to agency officials. This access often comes from a no-cost telephone line to a knowledgeable and supportive third-party organization, commonly known as a PREA hotline. Jails should have a PREA coordinator who is an agency-wide administrator with sufficient time and authority to develop, implement, and oversee agency efforts to comply with PREA. These measures are necessarily inappropriate in light of the well-established risk of sex violence inside jails and the risk that it would otherwise be unreported. Yet, the jail does not consistently implement accepted measures to identify and respond to sex abuse. The jail's handbook has information about PREA and how to make a complaint about sex misconduct, but the handbook is not distributed to incarcerated people upon admission. An electronic copy of the handbook is available on kiosks inside the housing units, but many of these kiosks were missing or inoperable during inspections. Hi, Jojo. I'm listening from work. Thank you. I appreciate you guys listening from work. I know it's like a little different from my usual schedule. But I really want to make sure I just got this document and do another true crime live later today. So I appreciate you guys for being here and supporting. Since August of 2023, the jail has a new PREA coordinator who has implemented some new PREA policies. The PREA coordinator advises that people can report sex misconduct to her by phone or to a 𝗟𝗡E crisis center associated with Grady Hospital, but neither option is free. The other options for reporting are to file a grievance, have a third party such as a family member or attorney submit a report, or to report to jail staff inside the housing units. In several cases, however, incarcerated people have reported that officers refuse to accept or take seriously complaints involving SA. For example, in February of 2023, a woman reported that she alerted staff to SA in the morning after it happened, but staff did nothing to help her. The PREA coordinator was not alerted until 3 days after the reported assault, and the woman did not go to the hospital for assault examination until 4 days after the reported assault. The jail's poor record-keeping practices with regards to sex abuse also make it difficult to state the volume of such incidents. We originally asked for all complaints made pursuant to or falling under PREA, which include all complaints of sexual abuse and sexual harassment, plus all PREA investigations, findings, and related documents, as well as reports of all investigations by the sheriff's office into misconduct of any kind inside the jail. Yet we initially received just one PREA complaint file for 2022 and 2 PREA complaint files for 2023. In reviewing incident reports from the jail, we found many allegations of SA and harassment that were referred to PREA investigators, but were not identified to us as PREA incidents. Requests for additional documentation regarding these incidents yielded little information. For example, in March of 2023, an incarcerated person reported bleeding, soreness, and pain in his rectal area and alleged that he had been assaulted twice by the same person. A sergeant submitted an incident report stating that the victim was transported to Grady Hospital for examination and recommending that the report to be turned over to the PREA investigator for further investigation. Despite request, we received no documentation reflecting an additional investigation or the results of the sexual assault examination. I'm done. How do you guys feel about that? So someone's reporting bleediness, soreness, and pain in his rectal area, and they don't even document it. I mean, if that's not corruption at its finest, I don't know what is. I don't know what the hell is going on here. It's very little times where I find myself speechless, and I'm just disgusted. The PREA coordinator is working to improve file management at the jail's tracking of PREA complaints moving forward, and we received a number of SA investigation files and recent document production. Okay, so now that you're getting attention, now you want to provide those documents. Like, please. Even the records we have are likely incomplete. They show a pattern or practice of SA abuse in the jail. In our review of incident reports and other documentation from January 2022 to June of 2024, considering only incidents where both the alleged perpetrator and victim were incarcerated, there were 99 total allegations of SA misconduct, 78 of SA abuse, and 21 of sex harassment. What is even going on here? The jail did not have posted signage on how to report this violence until 2024. Given that victims of SA abuse are generally reluctant to report it and the lack of adequate systems in place for people to report such incidents or seek protection, the true volume of violence, sex violence in the jail is likely much greater. Multiple incidents reviewed illustrate the risk of sex violence in the jail. In March of 2024, an incarcerated person told medical staff he had been sex assaulted. He had provided a written statement alleging that 2 incarcerated people cornered him in a room and forced him to perform oral and other sex acts. In January of 2024, an incarcerated person reported that his cellmate had sexually assaulted him over the course of 3 days and that his cellmate had bound his hands and feet together whenever they were in the cell. I'm like, this is terrifying. In May of 2023, a man reported that his cellmate was forcing him to engage in sex activity and threatened him with a sharpened weapon inside the cell. So, perform sex act. He was bound by his hands and feet in another cell. I mean, where are the police? Where are the correctional officers? What are they doing? I mean, they do all these walkthroughs, right? Like face-to-face at like 5 a.m. Then you have chow at like 6 a.m. And then you do another face-to-face. And then you go and get in line for chow at like 11 a.m. And then you have another face-to-face. And then you have your main face-to-face for the day. And then you have dinner again. I'm just confused where they missed someone being bound and assaulted and being hurt in their cell when they do this many walkthroughs. Did I read this part? Multiple incidents reviewed illustrate the risk of sexual violence in the jail in March of 2024. Oh, okay. Yeah, I already read this part. Sorry, guys. In September, let me switch the page for you guys. In September of 2022, days after turning 18, an incarcerated person reported that another incarcerated person assaulted him by burning him in the face and ordering him to open his mouth. Officers observed burn marks on the victim's face. He also sent mental health an unaliving note stating that when previously housed in the youthful offender unit, 3 people had entered his cell cell held him down and groped him. He said he did not report this incident sooner because he was afraid he would be assaulted again, as the door in the units were broken. The victim was relocated within weeks, but he reported that his new cellmate abused him by forcing him to provide and receive oral and to perform other acts. As described in section 5.2 below, when the jail does an investigative abuse report such as these investigations are often inadequate. Yeah, inadequate. How are you supposed to feel if you have like a family member in jail, like in this jail? Like, I'm just curious. You know what I mean? This is disgusting. The guards don't care, right? Because they don't seem to do anything, right? Hi, beautiful Sarah. Thanks for being here. I just don't understand like the level of not caring though. It's not only your job and your duty, but like where's like the human aspect of that? Like are you that desensitized that you can't even report what's going on as an officer or person of the law? But like I guess that doesn't make sense to me. Like, where do you draw the line of like, I'm a good person, not a good person, or I'm lost my mind because I've been working in this profession that makes me have a lot of PTSD and does affect the psyche. I do believe that people who work in the system do get affected to some kind of trauma, whether they want to recognize it or not. I mean, you see violence all day long, inmates all day long, problems all day long, stress all day long, PTSD all day long, deaths, assaults. What are we reading here in this document? I mean, I had no idea until I came upon this document, and I have had family members in the system. I know what it's like. And so I feel like, and I can empathize with what this report is saying. Hey, some of us have compassion. And I was waiting for you, Cold. Yeah. It's nice to hear from someone who's works for the system, right? And that's you, Cole. So I do appreciate your opinion. So you should be on TV. You are good enough. Thank you, John. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's corruption. Absolutely. It's a stressful life. It's not just stressful, right? You bring that home. You carry that with you. It's your job. It's like we get used to our jobs, whatever it is, banging and slinging coffees, burgers, I don't know, YouTube videos, whatever it is. It's like this is like very deep, right? Well, a lot of violence. Moving on. Violence in the jail causes long-lasting trauma. The harm from the violence inside the jail is lasting and extends beyond physical pain and injury. We spoke with one man who was beaten and stabbed in the head in a random attack while he slept in a boat in the day room of this housing unit. He now has a metal plate in his head as a result of the attack. When we spoke to him, he had been in jail for nearly 4 years. He developed PTSD after the attack, has had trouble sleeping in the jail since his assault, has flashbacks, and described jumping unintentionally when believing he may be attacked again. Our mental health expert identified another man as potentially having PTSD as a result of the experiences in jail. The man described being housed in a unit that people referred to as Thunderdorm. He recounted gang members taking him to a cell behind a staircase, out of view of the security cameras, and threatening him with a long piece of metal like a fire poker. He was then made to call his family and instruct them to send money via Cash App to another incarcerated person. He also described a time when power went out in the unit and feeling that anything could happen to him in the dark. When our mental health expert spoke with this man, he described thinking about his experience, often having intrusive thoughts about it, nightmares, restlessness, and agitation, all of which are symptoms associated with PTSD. Another person reported lasting effects from an assault inside his cell in which multiple people tried to steal his commissary. About a month later, an officer tased him after he refused to turn over a sharpened weapon that he had hidden in his pants. The person explained that he had stress over the assault and carried the weapon because he had just wanted to go home to his kids. Yet another person speaking with mental health staff following an unaliving attempt said simply, quote unquote, "I'm tired of seeing people get stabbed." The jail does not house appropriately to reduce the risk of violence. Jails should use correctional practices such as classification, housing plans, assessment of the likelihood of victimization and consideration of gang affiliations to manage the incarcerated population and reduce the risk of violence. The jail's failure to effectively implement these jail practices contributes to the dangerous nature of the jail. The jail's deficient classification system and housing plan increase the risk of violence. Sound classification and housing assignment systems are a core feature of safe jails. The lack of an objective, penologically sound classification system increases the risk of harm from violence, as vulnerable people may end up housed with more or violent predatory people, and incarcerated people requiring heightened supervision may be inadequately monitored. Initial classification and housing assignments should consider objective criteria about the person's propensity for behavioral problems or other risk while in custody. Established criteria for determining this risk at the time of arrest include the severity of the current offense, severity and frequency of past offenses, prior institutional violence known as escape, risk, and age. Other factors that should be considered in classification are the risk of unaliving and any heightened need for protection. A reclassification should occur every 60 to 90 days after the initial assessment and also after discipline for serious misconduct in the jail. The reclassification should give more weight to institutional behavior and less weight to the charged offenses, so as to more accurately predict the risk of violence. Repeated disciplinary action should usually result in higher custody levels, while lower custody levels reward positive institutional behavior with better living environments and privileges. Jails should use a housing plan to separate custody levels and should designate space in the facility for each level as well as special needs housing. Fulton County Jail's classification system does not conform to generally accepted jail practices because it relies almost exclusively on arrest charges and ignores the risk factors, including in-custody conduct. Jail policy contemplates reviewing an individual's classification every 90 days as needed, but in practice, reclassifications do not occur. We reviewed the classification histories for 21 people who had been in custody at the jail for 5 or more consecutive years, 15 of whom were still in the jail at the time of our review. The most recent classification for any of these people occurred upon admission to the jail in 2019. Rather than reclassifying people at regular intervals, jail staff move people around to different zones if they pose a problem. If the problem persists, staff may eventually move the person to a higher floor of the main jail, which generally corresponds to higher custody levels. Classification staff confirmed, however, that this shuffling among floors often results in multiple custody levels in the same housing zone. The jail also mixes all custody levels together on the floor of the main jail. About 2 weeks when incarcerated people are first admitted to the jail. This mixing of incarcerated people with different custody levels in the same zone is unsafe. In the South Annex, the housing plan does not even seek to separate people according to their custody levels, instead identifying every unit as low, med, max. The jail also fails to use classification and housing assignments to keep 17-year-old boys safe from violence. The jail places all 17-year-old boys together in the youthful offender unit, but does not separate them according to custody levels. Without effective supervision, the failure to separate this population by likelihood of violence increases the risk of harm. Not every officer is corrupted. That is something I do want to say. I don't think that at all. Okay, that's fair, Sarah. You're right. Not everyone is corrupted. I have seen both sides, though. Okay, cool. That's good to know. Right? Sometimes you got to tune out. But this is for sure sad. My goodness. Yes. The jail does not use housing assignments to effectively mitigate the risk of gang violence. Gang activity creates a risk of harm in the correction facilities because gangs assert control through violence and threats of violence. When faced with a high level of activity, jail leadership must provide adequate supervision and classification of the jail population and should implement a comprehensive gang control strategy that considers affiliation when making housing assignments. We found involvement in a significant amount of violence at the jail. In May of 2024, 6 incarcerated people with affiliations entered someone's cell with knives and stole his commissary. In September of 2023, 3 people were injured in a violent incident believed to be retaliation for a gang-related unaliving that happened in the jail. In August of 2023, 5 people with brooms and a man-made knife attacked an incarcerated person, and the victim reported that this happened because he was no longer in the particular gang. Despite the violence associated with this activity at the jail fails to identify and track many affiliated people in the jail. Without such identification and tracking, the jail cannot use known affiliations to keep members of any one gang from gaining influence in separate rival gangs. Violence can occur when a significant number of people from one are assigned to the same housing area and they assume control of it. This creates a dangerous situation for people who are not affiliated with the gang. A security captain stated that jail staff tried to separate them when making housing assignments, but due to constraints on the jail's housing capacity and the number of gangs represented in the facility, he reported this is virtually impossible to do. In December of 2023, an incarcerated person reported that he was not a gang member and he was told to pay $100 per day to stay in the housing zone. In October of 2023, another person alerted officers that gang members were extorting him for protection money to live in the zone without being violently attacked. In a separate incident, an incarcerated person was assaulted over a commissary dispute, and a witness reported that a gang was running the zone and controlling commissary. That's insane. Okay, I'm gonna play this. I want you guys to see this video. Let me know if you can hear it.
The Justice Department has completed a comprehensive investigation into conditions at the Fulton County Jail here in Fulton County, Georgia. Our investigation finds long-standing unconstitutional, unlawful, and dangerous conditions that jeopardize the lives and well-being of the people held there. We cannot turn a blind eye to the inhumane, violent, and hazardous conditions that people are subjected to inside the Fulton County Jail. Detention in the Fulton County Jail has amounted to a death sentence for dozens of people who have been murdered or who died as a result of the atrocious conditions inside the facility. It's not just adults, but also young people who are subjected to conditions and treatment that violate the Constitution and defy federal law. Many people held in jails in our country have not been convicted. They are awaiting hearings, trial dates, or are serving short sentences for misdemeanors. We find that the Fulton County Jail does not adequately protect incarcerated people from violence, such as stabbing, sexual abuse, or even murder. Physical deficiencies in the environment, such as unlocked doors and large holes in the walls, permit and even facilitate the brutality. Incarcerated people use makeshift weapons built out of jail fixtures to attack others, including vulnerable people with mental health needs and 17-year-old young people. In 2023 alone, we identified 314 stabbings and more than 1,000 assaults. This rate of violence exceeds what we've seen in other cities across the country. The Fulton County Jail had as many stabbings in a single month as the Miami-Dade County Jail had all year. And that's a facility with 1.5 times more people. Since 2022, 6 people in the jail have lost their lives to violence.
That's the press conference. I'm just here bringing you the document. The jail does not provide adequate staffing and supervision to keep people safe. Inadequate supervision puts incarcerated people at substantial risk of serious harm from violence and can violate their constitutional rights especially when other conditions like easy access to weapons contribute to the danger. Fulton County Jail staff are rarely present in the housing units and do not perform adequate security rounds or otherwise monitor people to prevent harm. As a result, staff fail to intervene to stop violence between incarcerated people and often fail to promptly respond to violent incidents. The jail regularly operates without enough security to provide appropriate supervision and prevent violence. The most recent staffing analysis was conducted in 2015 and adopted minimum staffing levels from previous consent decree. According to the minimum staffing levels, there should be 3 detention officers for each unit in the main jail and 1 other person posted in each tower for a total of 4 security staff on each of the 13 units. Often, however, the main jail has just 1 or 2 security staff for each unit. That's wild. Records from a 6-day period in August of 2023 reflect that the main jail was below the minimum level of staff on all floors 4 out of 6-day shifts. Both homicides in August of 2023 occurred in the same unit during this period, when only 2 staff were assigned to the unit. Staffing levels overnight were even worse. The jail was below the minimum of sworn staff on all housing floors of the main jail for each of the night shifts in this period. One night in August of 2023, staffing in the main jail was 1/3 of the minimum staffing level, with multiple floors having a single officer assigned to supervise 150 to 250 people. Augie says, and then you have Greasely Diddler. Right. It's so unfair, Augie. You make a good point. He's over there in jail trying to file for bond like 760 times. I would rather watch Melly than rubbish on TV. Oh, thanks, John. I appreciate that. There should also be 1 supervisor assigned for each floor for 7 total supervisors working in the main jail's housing units. Yet we found multiple shifts with fewer supervisors and at times as few as 1 supervisor on a night shift for all 7 floors. Given the short staffing, a watch commander told us that her goal in staffing in the main jail is to aim for at least 2 floor officers who go into the housing units and 1 officer in the tower to equal 3 total. Our review of deployment rosters show that the jail does not meet this reduced level of staffing in the housing units either, as often there are just 1 or 2 officers assigned to a unit. As a result, when officers leave their post to assist with an emergency on another floor, they may leave their unit unsupervised or supervised only by a tower officer who cannot enter the housing unit, even for units with cell doors that do not lock or mix in a day room. Cole says consent decrees allows the sheriff to release people, not sure where they would hold them. Ah, interesting. Violence occurs as a result of the understaffing. In August 2023, a single detention officer was assigned to monitor a housing unit of nearly 100 incarcerated people overnight. He left the unit to get ice. Upon returning at about 1 a.m., he saw 3 incarcerated people fighting in the day room. 2 were drenched in blood. 1 person involved in the fight told officers that he saw one of the other people trying to leave the cell or zone and took it upon himself to stop him. Similarly, the September 2022 homicide occurred when the floor officer left his assigned unit of around 100 incarcerated people to deliver paperwork and exchange his taser cartridge. While he was gone, incarcerated people alerted the tower officer that someone was laid out on the floor. The tower officer called the floor officer assigned to another unit to respond. When that officer arrived, the victim was face down in a puddle of blood with no signs of movement. Officers reported having to work out inside the housing units with no one posted in the tower, and we observed vacant towers during our site inspections. Without staff in the tower, there's no one with eyes on all 6 housing units, no one to call for backup if a floor officer becomes incapacitated, and no one to respond when incarcerated people call the tower to ask for help. Short staffing affects the annex facilities as well. When we inspected the South Annex in January of 2024, there were only 2 officers in the housing units, with 1 assigned to each wing of around 130 to 150 people. Properly conducted well-being checks, referred to as security rounds in the jail, are critical to the safety and security of people incarcerated in the jail. During security rounds, officers verify that all incarcerated people are alive and well, learn of any urgent needs like medical distress, identify security concerns like contraband or broken locks, and provide a presence in the housing units to deter misconduct. Security runs should occur at irregular intervals with no more than 60 minutes between rounds. Our review of the jail's records found gaps of many hours between recorded security rounds, and officers recorded performing only a fraction of required safety checks. When staff do perform security rounds, they often only conduct a visual security from inside the tower, but jail staff cannot see all areas of the unit from there, including inside the cells. Jail staff generally confirm that the floor officers do not perform hourly security rounds inside the housing units, and they are often cited short staffing and the need to handle other tasks such as medical or attorney visits as that reason. Surveillance cameras cannot be monitored from central control, and the towers to improve supervision do not substitute for the regular presence of deputies and detention officers inside the housing units. Staff are not always in the tower to monitor the camera feeds, and the cameras do not show inside showers, cells, and holding areas where violence may occur. Staff are often unaware of extreme violence leading to lengthy delays in response times and medical care. In May of 2024, despite an obvious assault where 2 incarcerated people fell down a staircase in a housing zone, over 2 hours passed before officers found the victim wrapped in a bloody towel. In January of 2023, an incarcerated man reported that he was brutally assaulted over 4 days, but officers were unaware of the attacks until the man passed a note asking for help. And when the November 2022 unaliving occurred, the overnight floor officer on the mental health unit was actually working inside the tower. When the officer eventually conducted his security rounds, he found the victim lying on a cell floor with his hands tied behind his back and his ankles bound. Medical determined that he was already unalived and extremely cold. Jail leadership is aware of the chronic short staffing at the jail. The sheriff told the Georgia Senate subcommittee in May of 2024 that there should be 50 to 60 staff for each 12-hour shift at the jail, and the jail had never achieved that staffing level. In 2023, the county and the sheriff's office increased salaries for people working in the jail and approved paying double overtime. In March of 2024, the Board of Commissioners rejected the sheriff's request to continue the double overtime payments, describing them as a temporary measure. In July of 2023, the sheriff's office contracted to have private security specialists work in the towers and mitigate understaffing. But in August of 2024, the private security officers walked off the job after the contractor said it had not been paid in 3 months and was owed over $1 million and was ending the contract with the jail. The sheriff's often describes a significant budget crisis that led to the non-payment of this contract and left the jail scrambling to cover abandoned posts. From January 2022 to June of 2024, the number of detention positions allocated to the jail declined, and the number of detention staff working in the jail remained far below the minimum staffing level. The following chart shows the recommended detention staffing from 2015 staffing analysis compared to the allocated detention positions and actual detention staffing levels in the jail. And there's a chart for you to see. In the light of the danger associated with short staffing and the longstanding nature of the problem, we find that jail leaders have not taken adequate measures to improve staffing and supervision at the jail. Poor maintenance and pervasive contraband contribute to the violence. The county and sheriff's office have not taken an adequate measure to maintain the jail facilities. Poor supervision, jail maintenance, and security practices contribute to a large amount of contraband, including weapons and substances and unsafe facilities. The result is highly dangerous jail. Jail leadership is aware of the danger of these conditions that pose to incarcerated people, but has failed to take adequate action to make the facility safe. Unmaintained parts of the jail jeopardize safety. Due to poor maintenance and inadequate supervision, the jail itself is a source of dangerous weapons and exposes people to violence. Sarah says, I'm honestly speechless. This is bad. It is very bad, Sarah. In many high-risk housing areas, almost none of the pipe chase doors close and lock. because the locks have been vandalized and not repaired. As a result, incarcerated people can access pipes, controls, and pipe fittings, which they easily make into weapons. In October of 2023, about a dozen people attacked another incarcerated man, stabbing him in the head and arm and hitting him across the head with an 8-inch pipe. In August of 2023, 4 men attacked another incarcerated man with makeshift weapons described as knives and metal switch plates. During our site visit in February of 2024, in one maximum security zone, almost every pipe chase door could not lock, and large pieces of metal easily made into weapons were lying on the floor. The officers escorting us during the visit appeared unfazed by the situation. When one of our expert consultants identified a significant piece of metal found in the pipe chase, an officer said to drop it on the floor of the day room where incarcerated people could easily access it, and they would get it later. Just a month before that visit, an incarcerated person used a metal plate and a long sharpened nail in an attack, which 2 people received serious injuries. And there's a set of photos of unsecured pipe chases in the jail. So this is what they use to make weapons, and that's what you see right there. Pipe chase refers to the area where plumbing and other pipes run through the housing zone. Recent documentation reflects that newer, higher quality locks for the pipe chases have been ordered. However, it is unclear when replacement locks will be installed throughout the facility. Fulton County Jail reported confiscating 2,157 man-made sharpened weapons in 2023 and 1,370 such weapons in 2022. The jail confiscated at least 139 man-made weapons in the first month of 2024 alone. The number of weapons in the jail is much greater than should be expected in a correctional facility of its size. For example, in the Miami-Dade County jails with an incarcerated population of around about 4,600, staff confiscated 346 weapons in 2023 and 519 in 2022. And then there's a photograph of weapons recovered in the jail shown to the DOJ team in October of 2023. Light sources throughout the jail have also been tampered with, further increasing the dangers inside the facility. Incarcerated people pull lighting fixtures out of the wall to access wiring, hide contraband, and obtain metal switch plates for weapons. We inspected multiple cells in the main jail that were dark due to broken light fixtures. In August of 2024, a county inspection identified multiple areas with broken lights, including entire housing zones that had no working lights at all. In September of 2023, one housing zone had missing electrical switch plates in 5 cells and multiple broken day room light fixtures, all with wires exposed. In August of 2023, the jail reported finding 543 broken electrical fixtures, with 292 still needing repair. The poor lighting increases the risk of violence and means that some people in the jail live in the darkness. On top of broken light fixtures, extended power outages have threatened the safety of the incarcerated population. We identified 7 power outages at the jail since January of 2022. In July of 2023, a power outage left the main jail pitch dark for several minutes with no emergency lighting in the corridor. Eventually, the lights were restored, but the electrical and HVAC system outage lasted 6 days. Jail leadership is aware of the dangers caused by the facility's poor conditions, including providing materials for weapons. In March of 2023, a search conducted by the Sheriff's Office identified over 200 man-made weapons. Sheriff LaBalle acknowledged that inmates are literally crafting shanks from crumbling walls of the dilapidated facility. In August of 2023, the county and sheriff's office began a repair blitz of housing units in the main jail to make repairs, including fixing broken locks, doors, windows, and lighting. The county and sheriff's office have now repaired multiple housing units in the main jail. The sheriff also sought funding from the Board of Commissioners for a new jail. In June of 2024, the Board of Commissioners voted against a proposal to move forward with a new jail, and in July of 2024, the board approved a county countermeasure to instead assess the current jail for renovations. Before the repair blitz, there was no concreted effort to remedy poor conditions in the jail, and until supervision in the jail improves, it is likely to remain in a state of despair that fosters violence. Indeed, 6 weeks after the completion of repairs to one housing unit, it had already been seriously damaged. 39 light switches were broken, and an electrical plate was missing from the wall. Poor door security in the jail threatens the lives of incarcerated people. Door locks throughout the main jail do not work. In March of 2023, a deputy reported jail leadership that only out of more than 100 doors on a unit were working. In August of 2023, the sheriff's office reported that it had identified 732 broken door locks in the main jail and still needed to repair 653 of them. The incidents were reviewed to demonstrate that malfunctioning doors are a major security failure and a serious risk to the safety of incarcerated people. In August of 2023, multiple incarcerated people left their housing zone armed with sharpened weapons. They opened the door of their zone by wedging a dustpan in the door and manipulating the lock to slide the door open. On certain floors, incarcerated people have been able to trigger emergency release mechanisms and pop open all the doors on a tier at once. In March of 2023, 2 separate stabbings occurred over the course of one night after incarcerated people manipulated the override mechanism to open doors and attack people. In July of 2023, in another incident involving the door locks on the same zone, 3 assailants stabbed and beat someone. A sergeant who reviewed the assault wrote in his report, quote unquote, "This attack happened in the lockdown restrictive housing unit with sliding cell doors that the inmates can open and close at will by manipulating the manual override mechanism that controls the cell doors in the zone. This is a very well documented issue that has been going on for months, yet never rectified. Due to the security breach, inmates are no longer protected from other inmates because the cell doors are so easily opened by incarcerated people. 3 months later, in October of 2023, the situation on the zone had gone from bad to worse and the locks did not work. A deputy assigned to the zone reported all the doors in the zone are broken with non-operable manual releases. No inmates should be housed in the zone due to the fact that no one can be secured behind a locked door and an operable door. The jail continued to house people on this unit for another month before shutting it down. The jail could provide secure cell doors and keep door locks in good repair. The failure to do so is a product of inattention. The jail's contracted maintenance worker reported that the locks were, if not vandalized. He described locks being jammed to torn up, broken, and unable to be opened or closed because materials were stuffed in the locking mechanisms. The county and the sheriff's office are replacing and repairing broken locks and doors as part of the repair blitz of the main jail. But as recently, our site inspections in January and February of 2024, many doors in the main jail still did not lock. Without adequate supervision in the housing units and prompt repairs of broken doors and locks, the problem will continue.
I'll walk through additional court findings set forth in the report that we're
Sounds
issuing
good.
today.
Thanks, 𝗵𝐶.
Living conditions at the jail are hazardous and unsanitary. Housing units are flooded from broken toilets. Roaches, rodents, and pests abound. Standing water, exposed wiring, and vermin make living areas unsafe. The jail does not provide enough food, leaving people severely malnourished. The jail fails to provide constitutionally adequate medical and mental health care to people at the jail, exposing people to preventable bad outcomes, including injury, seriousness, illness, pain and suffering, mental health decline, and even death. The lack of security staff and failure to prioritize health services impede access to care. Medical emergencies do not receive appropriate medical responses. People at risk of suicide do not receive sufficient protection, and people with serious mental health needs do not receive adequate treatment. The jail uses solitary confinement, also known as restrictive housing, in discriminatory and unconstitutional ways that expose people, particularly 17-year-olds and people with mental health disabilities, to risk of harm, including acute mental illness and self-injury. The jail uses lengthy confinement in restrictive housing as punishment without written explanation, which violates due process. As Georgia is one of only 4 states where the juvenile justice system's jurisdiction ends at 16, there are 17-year-old boys and girls also held at the jail. And These 17-year-old boys and girls are exposed to particular harm. The jail does not provide special educational services to 17-year-olds who are entitled to them under a federal law known as the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. It fails to protect these children from violence, including sexual abuse, and it uses isolation to punish them, which both violates their rights and contradicts clear research that such isolation uniquely harms our young people.
So we've been reading that through this document, right? Let's continue. People move through the walls of the jail to attack others. Inadequate supervision and the poor condition of the jail have allowed incarcerated people to create large holes in the walls through which they can travel and cause harm. The sheriff's office has publicly acknowledged this issue. In January of 2024, officers report a hole in the shower of the 6 zone 600 leading into the pipe chase of zone 500. Days later, a floor officer on zone 500 noticed 2 people inside the pipe chase and reported a big hole in the wall leading to the zone 600 shower. It is concerning that this hole had not been repaired and that the floor officer was unaware of the hole's existence, even though the staff had already discovered it. In September of 2023, one zone was found to be severely compromised when officers found that multiple cells had holes leading to a pipe chase door that had been forced open and did not lock, allowing people to exit their cells at will. Officers determined that the incarcerated people were chiseling through the concrete to make these holes. In May of 2023, an assailant dug a hole through a shower wall to enter an incarcerated person's housing zone and stab him. Later that month, a fight broke out between 2 people on different zones, and an incarcerated person told officers that he was lying on his bed when an assailant came through a hole near the toilet via a pipe chase and stabbed him. Oh my gosh. In March of 2023, an officer observed that an incarcerated person had made a massive hole in the wall of his cell, leading into the pipe chase and a neighboring cell. Later, the same person was on another zone when he climbed from his hole in his cell, through a pipe chase and into the day room where he chased another person about the zone. The widespread availability of metal pieces about the facility may be contributing to the number of holes, as is overall poor maintenance of the jail and inadequate supervision. With regular and thorough inspection of housing units, incarcerated people likely would be unable to create large holes in the living areas. The widespread and availability of substances in the jail also contributes to violence. Significant amounts of substances were trafficked into the jail. A search in January of 2024 uncovered 400 suspected ecstasy pills along with Mary Jane, Percocet pills, 10 cell phones, and drug paraphernalia, including a digital scale. During a site inspection at the main jail in October of 2023, staff informed us that an incarcerated person was interviewing was suspected of being high on F, and staff found F, fent, in 2 separate housing areas in the South Annex in August of 2023. Drug use in the jail includes the use of strips, pieces of paper soaked in chemicals, and unknown substances, then dried and smoked for a narcotic effect. One incarcerated person told us that strips bring chaos to the housing units, likely ensuing the violence to war. While we were on site for inspections, odor from people smoking these unknown substances filled the air. Security and medical staff have reported getting contact high from breathing the air in the jail. And we observed burnt and rolled papers left on the floor of the jail on 1 or more occasions, still burning during our inspections. Substance use plays a clear role in violence. In March of 2023, an officer observed a fight between 2 incarcerated people. One was incoherent and unable to be interviewed after the fight due to his high level of substance usage. The other person involved said he had been defending himself from the attack. In another incident that same month, multiple people assaulted and stabbed a person who was so high he could not stand up and walk straight. People may also incur debt over substance use, creating a risk of violence. For example, in July of 2023, parents called the jail to ask for a welfare check on their incarcerated son. The son told an investigating officer that he was scared because his life was in danger and he could not send any more money. The officer observed the son was visibly shaking and suspected that he was in trouble because of drug debt incurred in the zone. Incarcerated people with drug dependency do not have many options for treatment, as the main jail has just one residential substance treatment program that operates on 1 zone. The jail does not take appropriate measures to prevent the movement of contraband in and around its facilities. Poor security practices contribute to the large amounts of contraband that move into and about the jail. Jail staff does not conduct adequate security rounds to identify and remove contraband. Planned housing searches are not conducted with necessary frequency, and searches of incarcerated people, including pat searches, are not conducted appropriately. Jail staff appear to be apathetic towards the problem. Staff have found man-made weapons on people in the medical clinic, and the medical equipment has gone missing from the jail. One officer reported that to reduce the number of weapons in his zone, he would announce to the incarcerated people housed that he needed to find 10 weapons on the table when he returned to the zone. He would leave the zone, and when he returned, there would always be the right number of weapons on the table, which incarcerated people presumably placed there to prevent a search. This approach to contraband controlling is concerning for several reasons. First, it suggests that additional weapons remain in the zone. Second, incarcerated people likely pressure the most vulnerable people on the unit to surrender their weapons. Incarcerated people have burned holes into windows with the apparent purpose of receiving contraband from drones. What? In May of 2024, officers found various contraband inside a cell that had a hole in the window. More than 2 weeks before this incident, officers had identified that a burned out window in the cell left a huge opening for contraband. When we inspected the jail, window holes were visible from the parking lot. Security staff seemed to be aware of the issue, but still housed people in cells with holes in the windows. And then here's a picture of that. That's intense. Burned holes in cell walls observed during DOJ October 2023 inspection. That is intense. Corrupt staff are also a significant source of contraband. Multiple staff members have been arrested for trafficking contraband in the jail. In August of 2024, 4 private security officers working in the jail were arrested for contraband trafficking and improper relationships with incarcerated people. We were told in August of 2023 that officers working at the South Annex were not screened upon entering the facility because they were a specially selected group. A few months later, a Fulton County detention officer assigned to the South Annex was arrested on charges of having an inappropriate relationship with an incarcerated person and bringing contraband into the facility. In the past few years, efforts to address contraband include body scanner machines to improve searches, machines to scan incoming jail for substances, a restriction on jail staff bringing personal bags into the facility, and using fire-retardant glass when replacing windows. Without improving supervision and monitoring, however, these efforts are unlikely to make a significant impact on the jail's contraband problems. The jail has inadequate systems for identifying, investigating, and preventing violence. Given the amount of violence at the jail, procedures to identify dangerous circumstances and investigate misconduct are critical. The jail does not meaningfully respond to grievances and complaints from incarcerated people, does not investigate the root cause of violence in the jail, and does not implement corrective action plans to improve safety. The jail's grievance system does not offer incarcerated people an adequate way to report and avoid danger. Grievances are an important part of the jail system. They provide incarcerated people with an avenue to have problems corrected and jail administrators with a source of information to identify and solve system-wide issues. The jail, however, fails to adequately investigate and respond to grievances filed by incarcerated people, including those who submitted for personal safety. Incarcerated people are supposed to submit grievances through kiosks in housing zones, yet we observed inoperable or missing kiosks in various units during site inspections. There are proper grievance forms, but they are not readily available in the housing zones. The grievance coordinator admitted that most grievances raise safety concerns. A review of the jail's responses to those grievances revealed gross deficiencies. We reviewed many grievances with serious complaints, to which the jail staff responded by stating that the incarcerated person needed to direct their issue to another staff member or file the grievance again on another type of form. The kind of response improperly avoids investigating and substantively responding to a person's grievance and risk missing opportunities to address unsafe conditions. One homicide victim submitted 13 grievances in August of 2023, the month he died. 13 grievances. Augie says that's horrible. I understand they're not on holidays. It's jail. They shouldn't have luxury, but then they should at least be safe in there, especially young and vulnerable. Human rights. I agree, Augie. Absolutely. In 5 of these grievances, he reported experiencing violence from other people at the jail. In a grievance submitted shortly before he was moved to 7 South, he reported that officers were trying to move him to a more dangerous location because he had reported them for misconduct. He explained that moving him was dangerous because he had issues with people on other floors. The grievance officer did not respond until a month later, at which the officer wrote, "The grievance is over 30 days old. If your issue is still unresolved, please resubmit your complaint. This office apologizes for the delay." By the time of the response, the person had already been moved to 7 South and unalived there. Wow. Grievances about violence are routinely ignored. In August of 2023, an incarcerated person submitted an emergency grieving alleging that he was assaulted that day by another person in his zone. He further alleged that his assailant had assaulted someone 2 days before and that the officers had failed to remove him from the zone. The grievance officer decided the grievance was improperly filed as an emergency, told the person to refile on a general grievance form, and closed it. Even a grievance of the essay of the 17-year-old boy triggered no apparent action to address the violence. In June of 2023, a 17-year-old submitted an emergency grievance reporting that he had been ANALLY penetrated and was bleeding. The grievance officer responded that she had turned the grievance over to the jail's investigations unit, provided no other information, and closed the grievance. Later that week, the same person filed another grievance from the same housing location, reporting that he was being SEX harassed and made to perform SA acts and requesting to move to another location. The grievance officer responded that she forwarded the grievance to the PREA investigator again and provided no other information, and closed the grievance. Despite our request, we received no incident reports or documents indicating that anyone investigated these complaints. That's just brutal.
Includes deploying tasers without reasonable cause. For example, detention officers tased a man after he said he felt like hurting himself and needed to see a mental health specialist. Such violations stem from understaffing, poor policies, and lack of training and supervisory failures. The summary that I have just shared is harrowing enough, but individual experiences are gut-wrenching. For example, LaShawn Thompson, a Black man with serious mental illness, entered the jail on low-level charges and was confined to the mental health housing unit. 3 months later, staff found him dead in his cell, infested with lice, and as a medical examiner concluded, neglected to death. Several months before that, another Black man with serious mental illness died after he stopped taking his medication. 2 more Black men with mental health disabilities were murdered by their cellmates. Weeks after we opened our investigation, 6 more Black men died at the jail. All of this is a racial justice issue. 91% of the people living in these abhorrent, unconstitutional conditions are Black, as compared to 45% of Fulton County's overall population. It's also important to note that the vast majority of the approximately 2,000 people held at the jail have not been convicted of a crime. They are awaiting hearings and have yet to be tried, many of them. There are also a significant number of people with mental health disabilities. During our investigation, we worked closely with correctional, medical, mental health, and educational experts. We physically inspected the jail and observed housing units. We visited medical and mental health service areas. We reviewed thousands of pages of documents and interviewed dozens of jail staff and leadership. And we listened to the people held inside the jail and their advocates and their family members. We thank officials for their cooperation, and we thank all of those who provided valuable information and whose advocacy predates this investigation. I'll note that officials have taken preliminary steps to improve conditions, but they simply are not enough. We hope our findings report sounds an alarm that will prompt the Fulton County Board of Commissioners and the Sheriff's Office to swiftly implement the comprehensive reforms necessary to ensure constitutional conditions going forward. At the end of the day, people do not abandon their civil and constitutional rights at the jailhouse door.
That's right. The jail does not use quality investigation and corrective action planning to identify dangerous situation and avoid violence. After an incident of serious violence occurs, or when jail staff are alerted to a potential for serious violence, sound correctional practice includes a thorough investigation to identify the source of the violence and determine what led to the violence or threats and identify corrective actions. Corrective actions may include increasing staff, addressing blind spots, counseling staff to improve the quality of security rounds, rebalancing the mix of different gangs on a housing zone, and identifying the source of involved contraband. Without such investigations and corrective actions, staff cannot adequately identify or respond to patterns of violence and prevent it from reoccurring. The jail staff do investigate allegations of violence or SA abuse. The investigations are minimal. These investigations lack an effort to understand the precipitating factors to violence, follow up on leads that might connect the violence to other misconduct findings, and proposed corrective actions to help avoid future violence. For example, in August of 2023, an incarcerated person summoned an officer to his zone because he was bleeding from the head. The victim told an investigator that multiple people had stabbed him while he was sleeping in his cell, and that they did so at a nurse's request because he had spit at her. The investigator interviewed no one except the victim and the officer who found him. The investigator did not review surveillance video because there was no accurate timetable for the stabbing. No one was charged for a disciplinary violation or criminally in the stabbing, and the only corrective action recommended was to move the victim to another housing area. The investigation report does not explain how people were able to enter the victim's cell while he was asleep, whether the zone would be searched for the weapon used in the assault, and whether the nurse might have had some involvement or how the assault occurred are undetected. We also found no evidence that the jail conducts meaningful investigations into security lapses after violent deaths in the jail. For example, we found no investigation into potential security failures related to the homicide of a person on a mental health unit in 2022, even though the assailant in that case had been arrested just 2 weeks before for a serious stabbing outside the jail in which the victim later died. A proper investigation may have been identified. Coercive actions related to classification and housing assignments may have been determined that the assailant could not have been in the mental health unit or had a cellmate, but we found no record of such any investigation. The jail's failure to prevent harm through quality investigations was particularly notable with regards to SA abuse investigations. PREA standards direct that correctional agencies should investigate all allegations of SA promptly, thoroughly, and objectively, even if the witness or the victim is challenging or unwilling to cooperate. To conduct a thorough investigations, investigators must gather and preserve direct and circumstantial evidence and interview alleged victims, suspected perpetrators, and witnesses. Investigations should be documented in written reports that include a description of the physical and testimonial evidence, the reasoning behind credibility assessments, and investigative facts and findings. As discussed in section 1.3 above, the jail has poor processes for reporting, identifying, and tracking SA allegations. In most cases, we reviewed with an SA allegation, the jail failed to conduct an SA abuse or SA, or if it did conduct one, failed to do so properly or made no findings. We found dozens of incidents that should have been investigated under PREA, where the county and sheriff's office produced no documentation showing that a meaningful SA investigation was conducted. In these incidents, an officer often did some initial investigation, including taking initial statements and beginning a cell relocation, and then referred the incidents to the jail's investigation for a PREA investigation. Based on the information we reviewed, however, no follow-up investigation occurred. It was unclear whether the failure to investigate was based on a decision that the allegations did not warrant further investigation, a lack of resources, and for some other reason. For example, in March of 2023, an incarcerated person filed a grievance reporting that he was SA'd. An officer submitted a report stating that he went to speak with the person who confirmed that he had been SA'd. The officer brought the person to medical, and then notified his watch commander and the PREA coordinator. Despite requests, we received no other documentation regarding this incident or any subsequent investigation. No investigation file, no copy of the grievance or the victim statement, no information about a statement from the alleged perpetrator, and no information about whether the victim went off-site for essay assault examination, and no evidence that findings were made as the truth of the allegations. When we received documentation reflecting that some time of essay investigation occurred, we found investigators did not take basic investigatory steps. In March of 2024, the jail failed to bring an incarcerated person to an outside hospital for a medical exam, even though he reported to nursing staff that he had been essayed the night before, and the nurse shared this information with an officer. 3 weeks later, the person saw another member of medical staff, a physician, and complained that he had been essayed weeks ago and never evaluated. The physician alerted the PREA coordinator, who confirmed that he was not taken to the hospital due to an error in communication. 4 months after this person reported the essay, the investigation files show no record that jail staff interviewed the victim or witnesses, reviewed surveillance video, or made a finding of whether the allegation was substantiated. I agree, Sarah. That is ridiculous. They gotta do better. Augie says lower level charges being treated like, these who unalived others are being treated nicely like Wade Wilson, who's on the phone with his girls all the time. And now Diddy would love, right. I agree, Augie. You make a great point there. There are some indications that the new PREA coordinator has improved the quality of investigation into sex violence and other sex misconduct in the jail. The PREA coordinator appears to be notifying incarcerated people about the status of sex misconduct allegations, checking in with complaints to make sure they have not faced retaliation, and identifying some investigatory deficiencies. Major problems with the jail's sex investigations remain, however, particularly with no regards to closing investigations. Between August 2023 and June of 2024, the jail received 39 new allegations of sex misconduct by an incarcerated person against another incarcerated person, including 28 allegations of SA and 11 allegations of sexual harassment. By August of 2024, investigators had closed just 15 of these cases. 9 were undeclared unfounded, 6 unsubstantiated, and 0 substantiated, and 24 were unresolved. PREA standards require facilities to conduct SA abuse and incident reviews with upper-level management officials at every substantiated and unsubstantiated SA abuse investigation, during which they are to consider changes to policies and practices and to better prevent, detect, or respond to SA abuse. These critical after-action reviews do not occur when investigations are left open. Excessive force. We're getting there, you guys. It's a long document. I know. I was like, this is going to be a long one. The next one, again, trigger warning, because it does talk about excessive force, but I take a break so you guys can hear the press conference in between.
Jails and prisons across the country must protect people from the kind of gross violations and unconstitutional conditions that we have uncovered here. I'll now turn the floor over to U.S. Attorney Buchanan.
Good afternoon. I'm Ryan Buchanan, and I'm the United States Attorney here in the Northern District of Georgia. 1974, Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall wrote, "When the prison gates slam behind an inmate, he does not lose his human quality, his mind does not become closed to ideas, his yearning for self-respect does not end, nor is his quest for self-realization concluded." 50 years later, our comprehensive investigation into the conditions of confinement at the Fulton County Jail has, at its basic level, revealed that the men and women and young people who find themselves housed at the jail are often left to wonder whether their humanity remained intact once they crossed the threshold of the jail facilities. Whether at the main jail, which is known to many in our community as Rice Street, or at its annex facilities, people in custody in Fulton County who are accused of crimes or awaiting formal charges or trials must protect themselves from brutal physical attacks by other detainees, subjected to frequent excessive force, manage their well-being with inadequate food and unsanitary living conditions, and hope that they can find access to a strained medical and mental health care program. The most obvious casualties of the civil rights violations occurring in the jail are those who leave the jail in body bags. But our investigation has revealed hundreds more injured, traumatized, and dehumanized people.
This is shocking. I know it is. Everywhere else, if you're good, sympathetic, or vulnerable, you're softly taken advantage of. Only the evil people thriving in life. Right, Augie? Okay, so moving on. Excessive force. Fulton County Jail officers have a pattern or practice of using excessive force against incarcerated people. Staff frequently resort to unnecessary force, especially the taser, when people are not actively resisting or posing a danger to themselves or others. When force is justified, staff uses a greater degree than necessary based on circumstances. The jail lacks adequate policy or training to guide staff to use appropriate force techniques. The jail fails to adequately investigate use of force or take sufficient steps to prevent excessive force by holding staff who use excessive force accountable. A correctional officer's use of unreasonable force against pretrial detainees violates the 14th Amendment. Courts assess the constitutionality of a correctional officer's use of force under an objective reasonableness standard that examines whether the force purposely or knowingly used against the incarcerated was objectively unreasonable, regardless of the officer's state of mind. Objective reasonableness turns on the facts and circumstances of each particular case, and a court must make this determination from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene, including what the officer knew at the time, not with the 2020 vision of hindsight. And weighing the reasonableness of use of force, the courts also consider the relationship between the need for the use of force and the amount of force used, the extent of the incarcerated person's injury, any effort made by the officer to temper or to limit the amount of force, the severity or security problem at issue, the threat reasonably perceived by the officer, and whether the plaintiff was actively resisting. Courts also acknowledge the legitimate interests that stem from the government's need to manage the facility in which the individual is detained. Correctional officers often face challenging and quickly evolving circumstances that can threaten their safety or the safety of others and incarcerated people. The county produced use of force reports and incident reports describing the uses of force from January 2022 through October of 2023. These reports include officers' accounts, summaries of interviews with involved staff and incarcerated people, and supervisory reviews. We reviewed a sample of these reports, including surveillance and body-worn camera footage. Many use of the force appears to occur because incarcerated people refuse to orders of returning to their cells or housing units. In some cases, people expressed fear of returning because of the risk of violence. This strongly suggests that the jail's ability to control violence among incarcerated people contributes to many uses of force. Related, the lack of adequate supervision and staff discussed in Protection from Harm. Section 3 creates the conditions for staff to use excessive force. When a single officer is alone in the housing unit with multiple incarcerated people, it is more likely that they will resort to using alorazine capsicum spray or a taser to assert control instead of first attempting de-escalation or less dangerous force techniques. After using OC spray against a man who refused to turn to a cell, one officer told a colleague, quote unquote, "I did not want to get hands-on because I was up here by myself." We found a pattern or practice of excessive force by the correctional officers against people in the jail's custody in violation of the 14th Amendment. Officers regularly use force when no force is necessary and routinely use force that is disproportionate to the threat. Officers resort to force to obtain immediate compliance without attempting meaningful de-escalation, such as mental health staff to talk to someone experiencing a mental health crisis. The jail also lacks adequate policies and systems to train staff to use appropriate force and hold staff accountable for using excessive force. Sarah says, I know that's how it is. I know, and that the mentality in every jail. Right. Officers regularly use force when unnecessary and a greater degree than necessary. Fulton County Jail officers routinely use unreasonable force, often without attempting to resolve the situation peacefully. Officers frequently use force on incarcerated people for violating rules where they pose no threat to the safety or security of anyone. Although jail policy requires all available alternatives to be used before resorting to physical force, officers rarely, if ever, try de-escalation techniques or even call for assistance before using force. In some cases, officers do not even give commands or verbal warnings before resorting to force. Most of the reasonable force we observed involved officers' use of conducted electrical weapons or tasers. Tasers can be activated in two modes, probe or driven stun. In probe mode, an officer fires two barbs or prongs that pierce the skin. When the officer pulls the trigger, the taser sends a painful, incapacitating jolt of electricity. In a drive stun mode, an officer presses the taser against a body's person and pulls the trigger, resulting in a burning electrical charge, but not disrupting muscle control. We found that officers at the jail respond to minor transgressions with force. For example, in August of 2023, an officer told a man to retrieve a basketball and give it to the officer. According to the officer's report, the man did not comply, so the officer fired his taser. Officers also use force in the absence of a threat when faced with passive resistance or no resistance at all. Among the use of force incidents reviewed, the overwhelming majority involved passive resistance. In those situations, officers do not attempt de-escalation, but instead default to using force. For example, in August of 2023, an officer sprayed a man with OC spray without warning for failing to pack up items after an officer ordered him to do so. In June of 2023, an officer twice used a taser on a man who was yelling and swearing in protest of television removal. The officer did not give any commands or use any de-escalation techniques. In July of 2023, officers fired a taser at a man who argued and refused to hang up a phone. The man eventually hung up, but one of the officers fired a taser at him anyway. Excessive force is so commonplace in the jail that officers have a cavalier attitude when it occurs. In July of 2023, a sergeant sprayed OC at two incarcerated people in different contexts within 10 minutes. Body-worn camera footage shows that neither person physically or verbally threatened staff or others. The sergeant called both people idiots after using OC spray on them, and then another officer told the sergeant, "Man, Sarge, you're on fire today." Hi, beautiful Bratty. Oh, I appreciate you for being here and hitting that like button. We're reviewing the Fulton County DOJ report to inhumane conditions. So thanks for being here, Bratty. Jail officers use force on people experiencing mental health crisis without first involving mental health staff or attempting to de-escalate. In September of 2023, an officer punched and OC sprayed a 17-year-old boy during a struggle that followed the officer's removal of a zipper from the boy's uniform. The boy had a recent history of using zippers to cut himself, but the incident report recounts no attempts to summon mental health staff or to otherwise de-escalate before the officer ripped the zipper off by force. Jail officers also tased a man with a serious mental illness and a known seizure disorder 5 times in a year, including 3 times in August of 2023. That's brutal. Like, no words. We obtained a video of the 2 taser uses, and both involved the unnecessary and disproportionate use of force. In March of 2023, the officers tased an incarcerated man who said he felt like hurting himself and needed to see mental health. Rather than taking the man to mental health, the officers tried to make him return to his housing zone. A sergeant tased the man when he held on to a bench to avoid being forced back into the housing zone. In a few cases at the jail, excessive force has led to criminal prosecutions. In June of 2023, 2 jail officers were criminally charged for separate unreasonable force incidents. In the first incident, a detention officer grabbed a woman's throat while she was being booked into the jail. The woman was swearing and resisting the booking process, but did not pose a serious threat. The officer told the woman, quote unquote, "I choke folks, and hold your face before you lose your breath," as he held the woman's neck and she lost consciousness. Officers from a local police department at the scene reported the incident. The Fulton County officer pleaded guilty to federal civil rights violations in August of 2024 and was sentenced to 4 years in prison for the attack. The Fulton County officer's supervisor was present during the incident and failed to intervene, instead commenting, quote unquote, "Oh, now she's trying to pass out? Really?" The supervisor received a 1-day suspension for her conduct. A 1-day suspension. Yeah, it is very sad, Sarah. A 1-day suspension as a supervisor. In the second incident, a detention officer held an incarcerated person's neck while pressing his taser to the man's head. The officer kept his hand on the incarcerated person's neck for 19 to 20 seconds, during which time the person was seated, handcuffed, and did not pose a threat. The officer said he acted in response to the incarcerated person leaving the zone without authorization, threatening the officer's sister and forming spit in his mouth as if to spit on the officer. After the incarcerated person submitted an emergency grievance and threatened legal action, investigators reviewed security footage of the incident and filed criminal charges. What's up? Fatty in the house. I appreciate you, Fatty, for coming here and dropping gifted subs. Yay! Thank you, Fatty. I appreciate you so much. You guys make sure you go follow Fatty's channel too. He has great content over there. Let me link, because I don't know if I gave my mods that link to drop, but I will drop it so you can follow Fatty. And I appreciate you, Fatty, for gifting, and welcome all new members. Staff uses tasers too often and in unreasonable, unsafe manner. Tasers have a greater potential to injure a person than many other force options available to jail officers. Taser probes can cause injury if they enter a sensitive part of the body, such as the eyes or genitals. These risks are real. A woman tased in July 2022 had taser probes embedded in the back of her neck that were not removed until she went to the hospital. In March of 2022, an incarcerated man was hospitalized with taser probes embedded in his bone. Furthermore, people shot with tasers are temporarily paralyzed and cannot protect themselves as they fall. This is especially dangerous if the person is on stairs or elevated surface. The taser can also be dangerous for people with certain medical conditions. Despite these risks, officers use their tasers far more often than would be expected given the size and population of the jail. Among use of force reports from February through August 2023, the overwhelming majority involved at least one taser use. We found that the jail officers use tasers quickly and in multiple cycles without consideration for the risk of harm. Taser use is so common that individual officers sometimes tase multiple people in a day. Yay! Calling it just inhumane isn't strong enough. It's brutal. I know, John. I agree with you. Thanks, Batty, for subbing to Fatty. Yeah, it's great fun over there. We have a lot of fun over there. Officers often cycle the taser repeatedly past the point where it is necessary or effective. In July of 2022, 2 officers fired tasers at a man who had just had a seizure. They reportedly tased the man because he had reached his hand toward a lieutenant's belt while they were putting him on a stretcher. The man fell or jumped from the stretcher and screamed and writhed on the floor. When he tried to sit up, the officers tased him again. They used several additional taser cycles on the man while he thrashed on the floor and continued screaming. After the last cycle, the man said, "I can't breathe." Medical staff approached and told the officers to stop because the man he had or was having a seizure. Officer conduct during use of force incidents demonstrates improper use of the taser. Officers often do not warn people before using the taser, even when warnings are feasible. In many incidents, officers appear to target the legs rather than the torso. Aiming at the legs makes it less likely for the taser probes to hit their target and be effective, in addition to increasing the risk of striking sensitive areas such as the genitals. Officers often miss their target when firing tasers, even at a close range. I have no words.
All of whom are just as deserving of the protections of the Constitution as all of us in this room. Since we announced our investigation in July of 2023, The United States Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Georgia, and the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice have worked diligently to meet our shared mission: to advance the public safety, to uphold the rule of law, and to protect civil rights. There is no greater example of this mission at work than protecting and vindicating the rights of those who are under the custody and control of jail authorities, who themselves are duty-bound to protect the public and those in their custody. We began our investigation after LaShawn Thompson was found in his cell, neglected to death, covered in lice. But in the time since his death, several more young men detained in the jail have died, and many died violent deaths. Our investigation revealed unacceptably high incidents of assaults and stabbings. In some cases, most disturbingly, jail staff witnessed and allowed the attacks without intervention. 2023 alone, there were over 1,000 assaults and more than 300 stabbings in the Fulton County Jail. It outpaces
It is awful.
the rate of similar assaults in other major city jails, almost 2 to 1. Those numbers only reflect the reported attacks. Many detainees told our team that they explained that they feared for their safety. They were reported that they had been stabbed or assaulted.
We just read through a lot of that, right? It's brutal. Police training and accountability systems are inadequate to prevent excessive force. The jail lacks adequate policy and training to guide officers in the appropriate use of force. The jail also lacks systems to identify excessive force and address it. Supervisors almost never identify instances of excessive force and rarely hold officers accountable for using excessive force. That's a huge problem there. Policies, procedures, and training do not provide appropriate guidance on the use of force. The jail's use of force policy does not adequately advise officers on how to assess the need of force or whether force is proportionate and reasonable under circumstances as required by law. For example, the policy includes a use of force continuum that describes various levels of force officers may use to respond to corresponding levels of resistance. The policy authorizes officers to use certain techniques. Example, arm locks, restraining, takedown techniques, OC spray, and blocking or strike techniques. Resistance warranting force may range from verbal noncompliance or passive or defensive resistance to active aggression. But the policy does not explain the distinctions between these terms, and the use of force continuum is silent on the level of resistance that would justify firing a taser. The jail's taser policy also fails to explain the amount of resistance and degree of threat that may justify the taser use. We found that officers use tasers unreasonably when encountering people with behavioral needs. But the taser policy explicitly authorizes officers to discharge tasers at emotionally disturbed persons exhibiting violent behavior or against unaliving thoughts that persons have, without requiring that such people pose an immediate danger to themselves or others, that there be no reasonable alternatives to ensure their safety. The jail has a use of force procedure that allows officers to use the amount of non-deadly force necessary to regain control of his or her duty, task, or assignment when someone interrupts their work. This directive erroneously suggests that officers may use force as a tool to save time rather than addressing a specific threat posed. Jail training we reviewed did not address the gaps in policy. Good training is essential to officers understand constitutional standards and develop the skills to safely resolve situations they commonly encounter during their work. The training slides we reviewed do not explain or apply key aspects of the use of force policy, including the use of force continuum, and the training lacks examples to illustrate situations in the jail in which officers should deploy tasers to address escalating resistance from passive physical resistance towards active physical resistance. It is also not clear that those responsible for overseeing force training in the jail are familiar with the use of force policy. One training supervisor insisted that the sheriff's office does not use a force continuum or train on it, despite its presence in the force policy. So they're saying they weren't trained, right? Thanks for subbing to Fatty, you guys. I appreciate that. Yes, we support all the channels that are cool. I watched True Crime. Thanks, John. I appreciate that. Inadequate force reviews contribute to the pattern of excessive force. Jail officers document when they use force in their incident reports, and Sheriff's Office procedure also requires them to complete a use of force report in all cases where they use force. Often, however, this does not happen. We found multiple examples of incident reports describing the use of force that had no corresponding use of force report, including incidents in which officers used serious force. For example, officers completed no use of force reports after an incident in October of 2023, where officers fired shots from a pepper ball launcher at a man who left his cell and climbed up the rafters of his housing unit. The county produced no use of force report or video related to this incident and no materials indicating that supervisors reviewed the officer's conduct. When supervisors do review force incidents, they seldom assess the necessity or reasonableness of the force. Of the 271 use of force reports that the jail produced from February to August of 2023, supervisors found just one officer's use of force to be out of policy. Our review of the same report found dozens of unreasonable uses of force. When supervisors do reevaluate force for reasonableness, they often conclude that the force was justified because the incarcerated person failed to comply with instructions. For example, one captain found that an officer reasonably shot a man with a taser for refusing the officer's orders to stop using the phone, writing, "It was not excessive and was necessary considering the incarcerated person failed to comply with the officer's lawful order." There was no discussion of whether the officer could have resorted to alternative measures or used some lesser force to gain compliance. So the inmate wouldn't get off the phone. And so he deserves to be tased multiple times? Was that violent? I don't know. I mean, the inmate not getting off the phone. Is that violent for a taser multiple times? I don't think so. Staff repeatedly described incarcerated people as combative or assaultive based solely on verbal statements or comment, without reference to any physical action or behavior. In one case, the officer wrote that a man was being combative and exhibiting a heightened level of aggression, leading the officer to shoot him with the taser. In fact, the man was merely sitting on top of a day room table and refusing to go to his cell. The supervisor's review approved the use of force. Supervisors also failed to point out or act on obvious inconsistencies and misrepresentations, or to look behind conclusory statements in the use of force reports. For example, in December of 2023, officers justified using 𝗓𝐶 spray and firing a taser at a man because he refused orders and was continuing to give resistance, according to their report. Video of the incident shows that the man was not physically resisting or threatening anyone. He was just demanding to speak to a superior officer and refusing to return to his cell when one officer, without warning, sprayed him from a few feet away. Disoriented, the man stood by a wall with his eyes closed when a second officer tased him without warning. The man then fell to the ground and broke his arm. Supervisors use the force as necessary and appropriate. Supervisors failed to resolve conflicting accounts related to the tasing of a 17-year-old boy in June of 2023. One officer reported that officers removed the boy from his cell because of an aroma of smoke, but another reported that the boy had a weapon. The officers fired a taser at the boy through a flap in a cell door and gave contradictory reasons for the force. A third officer at the scene submitted a report with many identical passages to another officer's report. Supervisors did not flag this issue either. Even when supervisors learn that an officer used an excessive number of taser cycles, the supervisor may not find the force reasonable. In April of 2022, an officer tased an older man who refused to stand up from his seat because he wanted medical attention. The man said he had been in an accident and hurt his shoulder, and he screamed when the officer tried to grab his arm. The man threatened and argued with the officer, and the officer reported that he had started to fear for his safety. The officer stepped back, aimed his taser, and fired immediately and without warning, yelling, "I'm done talking." As the man writhed on the floor, the officer fired multiple taser cycles. In his report, the officer only admitted to around 4 total taser cycles, although a supervisor reviewed body cam footage of this incident and determined that the officer fired between 6 and 8 cycles at the man. The supervisor deemed that force reasonable. Augie says, I like when you're on earlier because even though it's early for you, it's late over here. Oh, Augie, I appreciate you for always supporting me. I love you. John Clark sounds like bullshit. Yeah, right. Brady says, you would think they would teach and train them without the equipment before they let them use it. Right. And that's what they're saying. They're claiming that they weren't trained and blah, blah, blah. But it's just corruption all the way across. Sounds like the abuse of power to me. They know what they are doing when they do it. Right, Brady. I agree. The jail does not consistently discipline staff who uses excessive force. Officers at the jail are rarely disciplined for using excessive force. When they are disciplined, the discipline is light. Out of 338 staff disciplinary hearings in 2022, the first 8 months of 2023, 18 people were charged with mistreatment of prisoners or use of force violations. According to the county policy, staff who physically abuse incarcerated people should be dismissed. So why aren't they dismissed? We found that even when investigators sustained excessive force allegations and county policy indicated that dismissal was the appropriate sanction, officers received only counseling or one-day suspensions. In January of 2023, jail investigators found that a detention officer tased a handcuffed person in the back while escorting him out of a housing zone. The investigation concluded that the incarcerated person posed no imminent threat to the officer and was not actively resisting when the officer tased him. The sheriff's office gave the officer a one-day suspension with a directive to enroll in a training course on verbal judo. Verbal judo, is that like verbally like defensive? I need to look this up. It's like you verbally... Verbal judo is a communication technique that uses words and body language to de-escalate or prevent conflict or to influence others to agree with you. Got it. So they were trained on verbally speaking to the inmates. Great. Several officers who received counseling or single-day suspension for sustained force violation used excessive force again. So clearly the verbal judo did not work? Question mark. I'm just being a smartass. In January 2023, the chief deputy, who ranks just below the sheriff and oversees all jail operations, patrol, and administrative investigations, recommended dismissing an officer, but the officer received a one-day suspension. A higher-ranking officer had observed this officer walking around a housing unit yelling, "Get the F up," at incarcerated people during head count and slapping one incarcerated person across the face. 3 months later, the officer used a taser against a man who, according to the incident report, she wrote, had his fist balled up and was about to hit another officer. But the officer's body-worn camera footage shows that the man was not a threat. He had turned his back to the officers, did not have his hands balled, and was starting to crouch down when the officers tased him. That's why they do it, because they can and they know they're going to get away with it. I agree, Batty, which they shouldn't be able to get away with it. This is ridiculous. They make good money too, right? The people, I don't know. Where's Cole? Cole? Do you get paid good money to be working in these facilities? I'm just curious. The jail is hazardous and unsanitary. Housing units are full of flooded water from broken toilets and sinks. Cockroaches, rodents, and other pests abound, and the jail takes insufficient steps to control infestations. Cell and common areas are filthy and unhygienic with dangerous exposed wires. The jail does not provide enough food and food preparation and distribution services are not sanitary. These conditions make the jail unsafe. People incarcerated in the jail have suffered from pest infestations, malnourishment, and other harms due to these conditions. The 8th and the 14th Amendments of the Constitution require jail officials to maintain facility conditions in a manner that promotes the safety and health of incarcerated people and prohibit housing people in unsanitary conditions. The right to basic sanitation includes access to the basic elements of hygiene. The 11th Circuit has also recognized the right of incarcerated people to a reasonable level of food. Jail officials may be deemed to know of a substantial risk from the very fact that the risk is obvious. Here, it is open and obvious to jail officials that living conditions within the jail are unclean and hygienic. There are inadequate parasite and pest control measures. Chemical control measures are inadequate and fail to prevent misuse. Food is insufficient and nutritionally inadequate, and food preparation and delivery services are unsafe. It is also obvious that jail officials' failure to remedy this condition jeopardizes the health and safety of the incarcerated population. Hey, Ronnie Blue Eyes, thanks for being here. I appreciate you very much so. John says basic language used to de-escalate a situation, of course, in Brazilian. Oh, okay, yeah. Verbal judo. I didn't know what that was. I had to look that up. I was like, what? The jails failed to maintain clean, hygienic, and safe conditions. Poor jail conditions have contributed to serious injuries from accidents, allowed the spread of pests and pathogens, and put incarcerated people at risk of serious harm. Widespread and persistent plumbing failures create safety hazards and health risks. Many cells and day rooms are filled with large pools of flooded water that can lead to the growth of mold and other pathogens. In recent years, at least 2 incarcerated people have been hospitalized after slipping and falling into these water pools, including a 17-year-old who sustained a gaping wound to his leg and a man who received a laceration and possible fracture to the back of his head. Another man was discovered lying in cold water on his floor. His skin was cold and he was found to have hypothermia. Wow. Thanks, Gypsy Turo, for being here. I appreciate you. In August 2024, a county inspection of 4 housing units followed 33 cells with broken sinks. Most cell sinks that we tested during our inspection did not operate properly. Some had no running water and others sprayed water directly onto the floor. Many incarcerated people had rigged their sinks with straws in an attempt to control the flow of water. We found many toilets had leaks causing standing water or flooding inside the cells. Leaks in jail pipe chases are also a systemic problem. We observed leaking pipes in most of the pipe chases we inspected, many of which had large pools or deep standing water because of prolonged leaks. The water often seeped through the walls into adjacent cells. We observed incarcerated people trying to mop up the pooled chase leaks in their cells with bedding, clothing, and linens. Shower and shower door frames are full of mold, dirt, and peeling paint, and shower curtains are improperly hung up by strings, posing a security and safety risk. Drains in showers, padded cells, and individual sinks were full of dirt and debris. The drains in some of the padded cells, which function as toilets, had trash and apparent human waste in them, and several padded cells smelled strongly of feces. One padded cell also appeared to have fecal matter on the ceiling and walls. And there's a picture of a drain inside of a padded cell. Oh, I love you, Augie. Thank you for supporting and being here and being such a good friend. I appreciate you. Yeah, Sarah, this is horrible. This is horrible. Shout out to you, Augie, for the super chat and being a great supporter. Individual cells are dirty and unsanitary and appear not to be clean for long periods of time, if at all. Cell sinks contain so much dirt and grime that many are unsafe to use. Toilets are filthy, and we observed clothing items in them, indicating unsafe self-laundering practices as discussed below. The bunks on which incarcerated people sleep were rusty and had dirt and debris on the platform where the mattress sits, allowing for bacterial growth and facilitating the spread of harmful pathogens. And there's a picture of the sink. Oh my gosh. Okay, I've seen some jails like this is brutal. This is wild. The pictures on the screen. The toilet and sink in the units. I'm sure some of you have probably seen this in like other true crime videos or documents, or maybe you have been incarcerated before. This is brutal. this is like, whoa. I'm kind of like, they can't even use a toilet. Air quality and ventilation in housing units is poor. Ceilings in housing areas are covered in dust, mold, and mildew. Air vents are dirty and blow dust and debris onto ceiling tiles in housing areas. The vents and cells are rusted and contain debris, and others were obstructed with paper. As discussed in the Protection from Harm Section 4.1, there are exposed wires throughout the jail, including day rooms, cells, and pipe chases. The exposed wires and the ways people use them are an electrical hazard and a fire hazard. One incident report described an officer receiving an electrical shock from exposed wires. A medical provider noted that a person with serious mental illness had pulled wires out of a wall and talked about electrocuting himself. And then the second set of images is exposed wires during housing areas. Contact with exposed wires is extremely dangerous because of the risk of electrocution, but many people insert plastic objects into vandalized light switches to operate cell lights. Staff know that incarcerated people do this, and as they watched, incarcerated people showed us how to use one of the plastic objects to turn on a light. Incarcerated people also used exposed wires as lighter devices called stingers and to heat water. In December of 2023, an incarcerated person set a blazing fire inside a restrictive housing area, resulting in evacuation of 15 incarcerated people and a closure of an entire housing zone. Despite smoke from the fire filling the zone and becoming so dense as to obscure the views of the cameras, officers only realized there was a fire when they heard loud banging from the housing area. One incarcerated person reported the residents locked inside their cells felt they were suffocating and attempted to get air from under their cell doors. Timestamps on security footage indicate that the residents were evacuated 21 minutes after the fire was first seen on video. It is unclear how the incarcerated person started this fire, but the extent of the damage and the slow response demonstrate the risk of serious harm from fire hazards in the jail. Hey, Lori, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yes, it sounds horrible. It's the DOJ report against Fulton County Jail in Georgia, inhumane conditions, filed November 15th, 2024. So we're reviewing it and we're going between the press conference and whatnot. John, I am being shocked. I know. And we would never, we know about this stuff, right? But until we sit down and actually read through some of the stuff that comes into play in a courtroom, we don't really know all the details, right? Sounds like the prison needs to be condemned. Yeah, it sounds like officers are definitely involved in this, allegedly. The jail's laundry service also fails to ensure safety and sanitary conditions to prevent the transmission of harmful pathogens and disease. Some incarcerated people resort to washing their own clothes in unsanitary ways, including in sinks, toilets, or buckets with bar soap, because of issues with the laundry service. The lack of adequate laundry service increases the risk of infections, fungus disease, and disease-causing microorganisms. The jail does not use soil bags for soil laundry, which are critical to protect laundry staff and incarcerated workers from potentially harmful pathogens on soiled clothes. The laundry area included spilled and poorly stored chemicals and dryer lint screens full of lint, a fire hazard. Yeah, I never heard of a laundry service in a jail. I hear that people have to wash their own clothes. So that must be only for certain jails. I'm not sure. From what I know, people generally wash their own clothes. In July of 2024, carbon monoxide leaks in the jail's kitchen affected multiple kitchen workers and required the jail to shut down its kitchen and stop food services. The sheriff's office reported that 2 of its 8 kettles were leaking carbon monoxide and that multiple exhaust fans that ventilate the kettles were broken beyond repair. The kitchen had to be closed for 3 weeks while these issues were addressed. An internal investigation revealed that routine preventative maintenance was not done. The jail has poor parasite and pest control. The jail is infested with lice, cockroaches, rodents, and other pests and takes inadequate steps to control them. Rodents and insects carry bacteria and disease that can be transmitted to humans through bites, exposure to their urine and feces, and contamination of food or surfaces. Such pests have infested the bodies of people at the jail, making them sick or causing them significant pain and discomfort. As we discussed above, Mr. Thompson, who we heard about in the press conference, was covered in lice when he was found dead in his cell in the mental health unit in September of 2022. Jail and healthcare staff were aware of lice infestations on this unit and the poor living conditions before Mr. Thompson's death. A NAFCARE report prepared after his death found that every person in the mental health housing unit, meaning about 100 people, had lice, scabies, or both. The month Mr. Thompson died, an infection control report documented 204 ectoparasite cases in the jail, and there were also outbreaks in the preceding months. 36 ectoparasite cases in June of 2022, 151 cases in July of 2022, and 55 in August of 2022. Both medical and custodial staff were aware of the extent of the issue, as the infection control reports were shared at meetings both medical and custodial leaders attended. When incarcerated people arrive at the jail, qualified healthcare personnel should check for the presence of parasites, such as lice, bedbugs, mites, and ticks as part of the initial health examination. And if there is an outbreak in the facility, they should do this examination before the person enters the general population. After Mr. Thompson died and the entire mental health unit was found to have lice or scabies in September of 2022, the jail's medical provider created an action plan that included requiring vermin assessment upon entry in the facility. This suggests that these examinations had not been happening consistently despite months of outbreaks. Indeed, we found multiple cases of people who entered the jail before Mr. Thompson's death who did not get these examinations. The jail's medical provider also recommended to the sheriff's office that they allow showers at least 3 times weekly and enforce weekly laundry exchange, indicating that these basic hygiene measures had not been happening either. After Mr. Thompson's death, the sheriff's office approved $500,000 for decontamination and clinical cleaning inside the jail in September of 2022 and December of 2022. And the April 2023 emergency funding included an additional $485,000 for sanitizing and decontaminating all medical and psychiatric observation units in the jail. So did they use that almost $500,000? That's $500,000 for sanitizing and decontaminating all? Clearly, they did not, right? This is frustrating. In 2023, there were an average of 48 ectoparasite cases per month at the jail. I'm speechless too. I know all of us were being educated by this document and we're like, what the heck? Tipsy says, Lord have mercy, this is something else. I know. It's total brutality. Holy crap. Sounds like inmates are literally being eaten alive by parasites. Do they deserve that? I mean, no, right? Like it said at the beginning of the document, some of them haven't even been convicted. They're waiting for jail, court to either stay in the jail or be transferred. And like, it's a cardinal principle of the justice system, right? That they're proven guilty. And I feel like, sure, they're in jail, but they don't deserve to be treated in these conditions. No one does. Funding for regular sanitation of the medical units lapsed in the fall of 2023, and the jail continues to have major problems with pest control. In March of 2024, officers discovered 2 incarcerated people in the mental health housing area had active lice infestations after noticing that one man had an open sore that was bleeding onto his uniform. In February of 2024, we observed that the jail's barber cart moves between housing units and has clippers that are reused without an adequate cleaning or disinfection between uses, which creates a risk of spreading infestations and infections. When we inspected the jail in January of 2024, we were told to leave one of the mental health housing units because of a lice outbreak. So these investigators are going in there and investigating, and they can't even do their investigation because of a lice outbreak. Can you imagine? NAFCARE's policy requires that a full health assessment is done for each new intake, even if one has been completed within the last year. We found several occasions, however, where providers canceled initial physical examinations for newly admitted people because they had a recent physical examination from a previous stay in the jail. This means that people could re-enter the jail and could not receive skin checks for infestations or infections that they acquired in the community. Cockroaches also roam throughout the jail. Cockroaches spread disease, filth, and are an allergen source. They contaminate food and surfaces by intermittently discharging partially digested foods from their mouths and dropping feces. We observed cockroaches scurrying out from under the jail's kitchen ovens, showing that an infestation was present. Several of these cockroaches were carrying egg casings, indicating breeding activity. We also saw cockroaches in housing units. 4 people on a unit had confirmed cases of bed bugs in May of 2024. There is also evidence of rodent activity in the jail kitchen where food is prepared and stored for incarcerated people and staff. While touring on site in February of 2024, we observed that rodent traps were previously placed in ceiling panels in the kitchen storage room and had been disturbed, showing that rodents had eaten them. I'm horrified. Seriously, this is really bad. I'm freaking out. Per month. I don't do like pests or anything like this. I'm like having a little bit of a meltdown here. Despite the presence of numerous pests throughout the jail, the pest control practice is reactive rather than preventative. The jail's pest control technician will go into housing units when an outbreak has been identified, but does not regularly service housing units. This pest control services the kitchen weekly, but cockroach infestations in the kitchen are persistent and rodents are still present in the food storage areas. I'm like throwing up over here. The lack in cleanliness throughout the facility, including in critical areas like the kitchen, exacerbates the jail's infestation problem. Rodents and roaches feed on food particles and water from any source, including standing water. The jail lacks adequate chemical control to prevent misuse and ensure safety. Controlling the use of and exposure to chemicals, including cleaning and disinfecting chemicals, is critical to protect incarcerated people from harm. The jail lacks appropriate and safe chemical control practices, and it fails to store or handle chemicals in a manner that controls access and prevents misuse. As a result, incarcerated people have access to dangerous, high-concentration chemicals that they have used to harm themselves and others, leading to serious and life-threatening injuries. At least 2 people have attempted unaliving themselves by ingesting bleach that they procured in the jail. An incarcerated person who was hospitalized after being found vomiting in her cell was discovered through surveillance footage to have taken chemicals from a central area and walking them back to herself while staff were not watching. Another person in a mental health observation area grabbed a bleach bottle and threatened to drink it or throw it on officers, which led the officers to use the force to retrieve the bleach bottle. In another case, an incarcerated person threw bleach at 2 others during a fight, hitting one person in the eyes. One incarcerated man swallowed a cup of bleach, believing it was water, and had to be transported to a hospital for treatment. Easy access to poorly secured high-concentration chemicals also poses a substantial risk of harm to incarcerated people through inadvertent exposure. For example, people working in the jail's janitorial and laundry services. Tipsy says, thank God someone spoke up when they saw what was happening. Right. But imagine this report, like we're reading through all of these pages and like for so long, you know, it was not addressed, or maybe it was. Thank you for stopping by here, Batty. I'll see you later. Love you too. I appreciate you. Food is insufficient and nutritionally inadequate, and the food preparation and delivery services are unsafe. There is substantial evidence that people in the jail are malnourished. Mr. Thompson lost over 30 pounds in jail just 3 months after he lived there. In September of 2022, medical staff determined that 90% of the people living in the mental health housing unit where Mr. Thompson resided were significantly malnourished with obvious muscle wasting. Medical records show that other people in the jail have suffered from the malnutrition and hunger. Incarcerated people we spoke with described experiencing hunger. They explained that extortion for food is common because of the limited food supply. In one case, an incarcerated person who was tased after he took an extra lunch sack explained that he did so because he has diabetes and was hungry. The food the jail provides is nutritionally inadequate. Breakfast and dinner are hot meals, while lunch is 2 lunch meat or peanut butter sandwiches and sandwich cookies. The jail's vendor claimed that its meals contain enough calories as well as vitamins and minerals, but it did not provide documentation to support this. Our own analysis of the vendors' menus found that the caloric and nutrient content of these menus was lower than reported. In addition, the meals observed being served had even less variety and nutritional value than what the menus reflected. The meals for people with medical needs that require special diets, such as diabetes and cardiac disease, are especially unhealthy and unsafe. We observed that the meal trays for diabetes and cardiac diets did not appear to be different and contain almost all the same food items as the regular diets, with almost no difference in size portion. The carbohydrate content of the special diet meal, which included cornbread, rice, and cake, was too high for someone with diabetes, and the sodium content was too high for someone with high blood pressure or cardiac disease. Food preparation and delivery services are also unsafe. The kitchen facilities and loading dock where food enters the kitchen are unclean, with cockroach and rodent infestations as discussed in Section 2. We observed bird droppings around food racks on the loading dock and food grease left on the ground near a poorly maintained grease bin just outside the kitchen, a rodent attractant. In addition, food prepared in the kitchen is not prepared or kept at safe temperatures. Only one of the 14 hot food items we measured in the kitchen was a safe temperature once the food left the kitchen. It took nearly 30 minutes to reach incarcerated people in their cells, and many food trays were uncovered during transport from the kitchen. This stretched the period at which food items sat at dangerous temperatures, increasing the risk of foodborne illnesses. In July of 2024, the sheriff reported that the kitchen's air conditioning had been out since April, and the air temperatures in the kitchen had reached 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Preparing food in such hot conditions is dangerous because it is difficult to keep the food at safe temperatures. In some cases, incarcerated people have attempted to heat food on their own using open flames, which creates a safety hazard. In April of 2024, officers discovered that incarcerated people were using a cell desk as an oven and had been doing so for some time. One officer reported extremely strong fumes created by the makeshift oven. Officers apparently failed to shut down the cooking operation when they found it. Several days later, an officer noticed that an incarcerated person inside the cell with an oven attempting to put a fire out. Sarah says, oh my God, and in Georgia as well, you can imagine how hot you would be. Right. Exactly. Medical and mental health care. Fulton County and the Fulton County Jail failed to provide constitutional adequate medical and mental health care to people at the jail. Gross deficiencies in the jail's provision of medical and mental health care expose incarcerated people to an increased risk of injury, serious illness, pain and suffering, mental health decline, and death. Incarcerated people have a constitutional right under the 8th and 14th Amendments to medical treatment for illnesses and injuries. This protection encompasses a right to psychiatric mental health care and a right to be protected from self-inflicted injuries, including unaliving. Finding that medical or mental health care is constitutionally adequate requires evidence of objectively serious medical or mental health needs that, if left untreated, pose a substantial risk of serious harm, and that jail officials acted or failed to act with deliberate indifference to the need for adequate medical or mental health care. Jail officials exhibit deliberate indifference when they act or fail to act knowing that there is an excessive risk to incarcerated people's health from their actions or omissions. Jail officials may demonstrate deliberate indifference by failing to provide medical or mental health care, providing grossly inadequate care using an easier but less efficacious course of treatment, or providing care that is so cursory as to amount to no treatment at all. Providing safe and sanitary living conditions that hamper effective delivery of medical care may also constitute deliberate indifference. A serious medical need is a condition that a physician has diagnosed as needing treatment or that is so obvious that even a lay person would easily recognize the necessity for a doctor's attention. A significant number of people in the jail have serious medical needs, either as a result of pre-existing condition or because they develop a serious medical condition while incarcerated or experience a violent or traumatic injury in the jail. There are also a significant number of people with serious mental health needs in the jail population. At least 60% of people in the jail have mental health or substance use needs. Hundreds of people detained in the jail have a serious mental health issue that impairs their functioning. The jail's health program manager works for the sheriff's office and is charged with ensuring that the healthcare provider provides clinical appropriate services under the contract. Fulton County and Fulton County Sheriff's Office remain responsible for the medical and mental health care provided at the jail, even though they contract with a private corporation to provide healthcare services. Unsafe jail conditions restrict access to medical and mental health care and lead to constitutionally deficient care. The conditions in the jail, including high levels of violence, poor supervision, poor management, and inadequately maintained facility, unreasonably impede incarcerated people with serious medical and mental health needs from accessing necessary care. Jail officials are also aware of the inadequate medical and mental health care in the jail, but have failed to take reasonable measures to improve care. Last year, the jail's healthcare provider, 𝗏𝐶are, noted officials with the county and sheriff's office that the substantial safety and security risks at the jail impede access to care. In March of 2023, the 𝗏𝐶are CEO stated in a letter to the sheriff, the chairman of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, the Fulton County manager, and the county's chief operating officer that Fulton County Jail was the most dangerous jail or prison facility where 𝗏𝐶are is contracted to provide services in any location in the country. That's what the third-party company is saying that's supposed to be working with this jail. He described the environment in which healthcare providers work as not adequately safe and secure and cited healthcare staff resignations due to safety-related concerns. In April of 2023, 𝗏𝐶are notified the sheriff that intended to terminate the healthcare contract because despite numerous requests to leaderships, conditions have worsened, and because of the need to operate in a clean and safe environment. In June of 2023, 𝗏𝐶are, the county, and the sheriff's office agreed to an amended contract providing that 𝗏𝐶are would have a dedicated security force that escorts staff during medication administration in the housing units and clinical operations. 𝗏𝐶are staff report improvements as a result of the security escorts, but there are still not enough security escorts to accompany all medical and mental health staff who need access to the housing units in the jail. In November of 2023, the county found ongoing issues with 𝗏𝐶are's staffing at the jail, but renewed the contract for another term. 𝗏𝐶are continues to be the medical and mental health provider for the jail today. Conditions in the jail continue to obstruct the delivery of medical and mental health care. The impacts include medical and mental health services for the jail being put on hold because of the lack of custody staff and patients missing appointments with physicians and nurses. I love you, Esther. You're so funny. Thank you for caring. I appreciate you. In August of 2023, after medical staff responded to the homicide on the 7th floor in which cell doors were unlocked and multiple incarcerated people were stabbed, 𝗏𝐶are directed its staff to no longer enter the 7th floor housing units to provide care. Instead, medical staff were instructed to dispense medications and conduct sick call only at the entrance to the unit. Some security staff escorts patients from the 7th floor to the medical clinic, but that is not an option for mental health appointments. So mental health staff must meet with the 7th floor patients at the entrance. This setup impedes access to care because medical and mental health staff cannot observe patients who may be faring poorly in their cells and must rely on correctional officers to report patient refusals. Confidential conversations cannot be held, impeding the ability of medical and mental health staff to determine when someone needs care. Poor technological infrastructure also impedes access to healthcare at the jail. 𝗏𝐶are's electronic medical record system relies on information from the jail's data management system to locate patients and provide them with necessary medications and care. But the jail's data management has failed on multiple occasions. For instance, that people who are still incarcerated have been released. As a result, healthcare staff trying to access some patient medical records cannot do so. At other times, providers go to one location in the jail to find patients only to learn they are housed somewhere else. This is totally a staffing issue and a totally like supervisor, etc. issue. This is like ridiculous. Frequent power outages at the jail further impede 𝗏𝐶are's data systems. These outages have disrupted the delivery of care to incarcerated people at the jail for long periods of time. These care disruptions contribute to serious injury and death. For example, NAF care policy requires evaluating people for ongoing suicidality and within 24 hours of removing them from observation. But in June of 2023, after one man on the mental health unit jumped off the top tier of his housing unit in a possible unaliving himself attempt, mental health staff were blocked from conducting a timely post-observation evaluation because the floor officer was passing out food trays and would not allow the provider into the unit. Mental health did not complete the post-suicide watch assessment for this man 2 days later. Mental health staff tried to meet with him 6 more times and could not find him because his housing unit was not up to date in the computer system. They don't even know where the inmates are like sleeping. This is so bad. Medication administration records show that he did not receive any of his prescribed medications, which included antipsychotic and antidepressant meds, for nearly a month. At least some of the reason for this gap in medication administration was that medical staff did not know where he was. He reported having a mental breakdown and later died in an apparent homicide at the jail. I can't. Wow. Security and staffing problems affect all aspects of healthcare in jail, including medical administration, sick calls, and specialty care. They create unsafe or hazardous conditions and housing units that result in canceled and delayed care. For example, in June of 2023, medical staff could not provide medications to an entire housing zone because of flooding on the zone. And in July of 2023, jail staff reported that they could not accommodate 18 to 20 outside hospital appointments daily because of staffing shortages. Mental health staff have also been unable to provide group therapy in the jail because of inadequate security. There are deadly consequences for failing to prioritize medical and mental health care at the jail. Mr. Thompson died after the jail failed to transfer him to a higher level of care. Mental health requested that he be transferred to the jail's medical observation unit for psychiatric observation, but he was never transferred and died 5 days later. The mortality rate at the jail in 2023 and 2022, excluding deaths by suicide or homicide, exceed the mortality rate for local jails nationwide by a substantial margin. In 2023, there were 7 non-homicide, non-suicide deaths at the jail, and the mortality rates for deaths other than homicides and suicides was more than twice the national rate for local jails in 2019. In 2022, there were 11 non-homicide, non-suicide deaths, and the mortality rate at the jail was 3 times the 2019 national rate. This Fulton County Jail data is liking an undercount because the jail does not track the numbers of people who die out of custody, including those injured or inadequately treated at the jail. For example, the jail's data does not include one person who had a medical emergency in the jail's mental health unit, was released from custody to hospice, and died there. We examined the cases of 4 incarcerated people who died from poor care at the jail since January 22. Mr. Thompson and 3 others referred to here as AA, BB, and CC. All 4 were incarcerated on lower level offenses. 2 were unhoused upon admission to the jail and had serious mental issues. 2 were withdrawing for substances and died shortly after admission. All 4 people were African American. Many more people who died at the jail also experienced deficient care, though we could not determine whether the deficient care led to their death. We find that the jail provides constitutionally inadequate medical care to incarcerated people. The egregious problems with the jail's provision of medical care include a lack of appropriate specialty care, testing, and follow-up, poor medication administration practices, multiple other care deficiencies, including lack of confidential screening, poor responses to medical emergencies, and inhumane conditions to medical housing. Many of these issues stem from the jail's failure to provide a reasonably safe facility in which incarcerated people have appropriate access to care. Constitutionally, inadequate medical care has led to serious injury and death, and it continues to pose a substantial risk of harm to people incarcerated in the jail. Constitutionally, adequate medical care requires that providers evaluate patients for potential medical conditions, order testing, make referrals when appropriate, and follow up with the patients as needed. We reviewed multiple cases where this fundamental care was not provided at the jail, including cases where people died. Mr. Thompson received inadequate medical care at the jail before his death in 2022. During his 3 months in the jail, he lost 32 pounds. Mental health staff documented his decompensation in the days leading up to his death, and at the time of his death, his body was infested with an enormous number of small insects. This is brutal. One medical examiner found no clear cause of death, but suggested that the severe life infestation could have caused significant anemia and contributed to his death. Another medical examiner found Mr. Thompson was dehydrated, malnourished, and had severe insect infestation and died from complications of severe neglect. Medical providers also failed to provide adequate care to 𝗂𝐴 before his death in 2022. 𝗂𝐴 died from pneumonia caused by prolonged seizure activity from hyponatremia, low blood sodium levels. 𝗂𝐴 had apparent seizures 4 months before his fatal seizure, but the medical staff did not adequately assess his seizure symptoms. Instead, they relied on brief observations and determined that he did not have genuine seizures. Medical staff failed to order laboratory tests, imaging, or assessments by a neurologist, all of which are basic steps for assessing potential seizure disorders. Medical staff also failed to have 𝗂𝐴 assessed for weight loss, even though he lost 24 pounds in less than 3 months. 𝗂𝐴 may have developed low blood sodium levels from drinking excessive amounts of water, a well-established cause of hyponatremia in incarcerated people with serious mental illnesses such as 𝗂𝐴. Had the jail's healthcare staff conducted a basic clinical assessment for 𝗂𝐴's documented weight loss, they may have learned he was drinking too much water, identified his hyponatremia or seizure disorder, and provided effective treatment before his death. In another case, in 2022, a man died of a heart attack after making multiple reports of chest pain. Medical providers at the jail who assessed him for chest pain failed to refer him for a cardiology evaluation. He requested an EKG to check his heart, but did not receive one until the day he was sent to the hospital, where he died 5 months into his incarceration. Esther says this is uncalled for. Sarah says it gets worse and worse. I know. Tipsy says, I hope these families take legal actions. Absolutely. I hope so too. Medication administration is a basic and essential care health function in jail settings. Proper medication administration requires consistent medication availability and procedures to ensure that patients have an opportunity to receive prescribed medications, that the medication administration is documented, and that patients who meet repeated doses of their medication are identified and their non-adherence is addressed. We reviewed multiple occasions when patients missed medications without appropriate interventions from medical staff to address the missed doses. In 2022, medical staff failed to respond appropriately when Mr. Thompson had repeated missed medications. The month before he died and in the days leading up to his death, Mr. Thompson did not receive any of his prescribed medication, including medications for psychosis. Medical staff also failed to respond to poor medication adherence before 𝗂𝐴 died in the month leading up to his death. 𝗂𝐴 refused or was documented as to not coming to the medication cart for his prescribed medication 55 times. And there were at least 10 other instances when 𝗂𝐴 did not take his prescribed medications because medication administration was canceled or the medication was unavailable. 𝗂𝐴 missed his prescribed medications 10 to 12 times each week in the months leading up to his death. This is so sad. Jail and medical staff also failed to take adequate measures to ensure that people on the unit know that medication administration is occurring. As a result, people reported missing medication administration because they were asleep, using the bathroom, or did not hear the medication announcement due to an hearing impairment. Further, as described in Section 1, conditions in the jail frequently interrupt medication administration so that it does not reach all patients. We also found that medication administration records were complete and unclear. Medication records must document whether the patient took the medication, and if they did not take the medication, the reason why not, whether due to refusal, medication administration disruption, unavailability, or some other reason. But medication administration records from the jail often fail to provide any reason at all when someone does not take their prescribed medication. When medication is not dispensed and the records do not make clear if someone refused medication or if the medication was not provided, healthcare providers cannot effectively intervene to ensure patients receive medications necessary for their health. Finally, safe medication administration requires that medical staff dispensing medications verify the identity of the person to who are they providing the medication. But staffing dispensing medication do not consistently verify patient's identity before dispensing the medication. That sounds like a staff issue. This creates a risk for someone to come to the medication cart when another person's name is announced and receives the other person's medication. Isn't this why they have the bracelets? Why they have all forms of ID on them, right? So I'm not understanding what the hell is going on here. Staff also must ensure that the patient takes their medication in view of medical staff. For patients who are taking controlled substances, psychotropic medications, or who have a specific order relating to the medication adherence issue, this aspect of medication administration should include observing patients swallowing the medication in crushed or pill form and checking their mouth afterward to ensure their medication was swallowed. When medical staff fail to take these measures, there are risks that medications may be administered to the wrong patients and that patients may divert, hoard, or fail to take their medications as prescribed. We observed medical staff fail to verify that patients swallowed medications dispensed to them, even though controlled substances and psychotropic medications were administered in each medication pass observed. Medical staff told us mouth checks are done on a case-by-case basis, but we saw no mouth checks performed. The jail's failure to verify medications are swallowed creates a substantial risk that patients could divert or hoard medications and take more than the prescribed dosage. This can be deadly. We identified 4 attempts at the jail where someone required medical care after taking a large number of pills. The jail's failure to provide adequate medical care inside the jail includes failure to provide confidential healthcare screening, failure to provide sick call slips and respond to sick call requests promptly, failure to provide adequate treatment and monitoring for people withdrawing from substance use, failure to provide access to physical therapy services and supportive medical equipment when needed, and inadequate language interpretation services. Esther says, in my opinion, they sometimes don't attend the inmates because of reasons they're there. They shouldn't get any treatment. Right. I know, Lori. Tipsy says, I wondered about that, like they're taking matters into their own hands. Yeah. When people enter the jail, healthcare staff must obtain accurate information about their health condition and any medications they were taking prior to incarceration so that their needs can be identified and addressed. The jail impedes healthcare staff from receiving this information by conducting healthcare screening for new jail admissions in small crowded room that does not allow for confidential conversations. 3 patients may be speaking with jail medical providers at the same time, answering questions on sensitive topics like recent substance use abuse, mental health history, and sex activity within feet of each other. An incarcerated person told us that concern about the lack of confidentiality during his screening led him not to disclose his HIV positive status upon admission to the jail. To attempt to provide confidentiality, healthcare providers whisper to new patients and point to computer screens to pose sensitive questions, asking patients to circle yes or no on a piece of paper to answer the question. This method of medical screening is likely to result in medical information being miscommunicated or withheld. The lack of confidentiality in the jail's intake screening puts patients at a substantial risk of poor health outcomes in the jail. The sick call process at the jail does not provide adequate access to care because there are significant delays and impediments to access. When people submit requests for sick call slips, NAFCARE's policy requires the healthcare staff triage the request in face-to-face encounter within 24 hours to ensure that anyone with a non-urgent medical issue is seen right away. But people at the jail regularly wait more than 24 hours to be assessed and scheduled for clinical care. This includes people with potentially life-threatening complaints like chest pain. Additionally, sick call slips are not available in the housing units. Incarcerated people must ask staff for a slip call during medical administration. But when we observed the medication administration at the South Annex, the medical provider did not have sick call slips to distribute, and she did not offer an alternative way to request care when someone asked for a call slip. The jail does not appropriately manage and treat people withdrawing from dangerous substances. We found that in multiple cases, people were not appropriately placed on withdrawal monitoring and medications as they should have been, and detox assessments were missed or delayed. The jail should, but apparently does not have a practice to continue or initiate medications for the treatment of opioid use disorders when it is appropriate and medically necessary to do so. Failure to properly manage withdraw can be deadly. In 2023, the jail failed to monitor and treat BB for a benzodiazepine withdrawal and a seizure disorder for his death. Medical providers identified BB as having a seizure disorder and listed a seizure medication as a current medication, but they failed to place an order for the medication. 3 days after BB's admission, he submitted a request for medical care and reported drug withdrawal, chest and head pain, and not receiving any medications. Another 2 days later, BB told medical staff he was taking Xanax, a benzodiazepine, before entering the jail. Medical staff should have provided BB his seizure medication, monitor his seizure disorder, and manage his benzodiazepine withdrawal. Instead, they just said they would review his medications. BB died at the jail 7 days later after admission, likely from a fatal seizure. So people are literally dying because they are failing to meet medical policies. Criminal or not, it's not okay. In 2022, the jail failed to appropriately manage 𝐶𝐶's benzodiazepine withdrawal, leading to her death from a seizure shortly after admission. During her intake screening, 𝐶𝐶 reported daily benzodiazepine use. Medical staff at the jail started her on a detox protocol that included a seizure medication, but they removed 𝐶𝐶 from detox monitoring after just 3 days and transferred her to the South Annex. For the next 5 days, 𝐶𝐶 missed one or both doses of her seizure medication daily. Medical staff should have continued to monitor her for withdrawal symptoms or prescribed a long-acting benzodiazepine replacement to stabilize withdrawal symptoms, and they should have intervened when she missed repeated doses of her seizure medication. On the 5th day of the missed medications, 𝐶𝐶 was found unresponsive after having a seizure. Medical staff at the jail transferred 𝐶𝐶 to a local hospital for treatment where she died. Exactly, they are human regardless. Right, Esther? Rehabilitative therapy is necessary medical service that includes therapies prescribed to patients' movement throughout and independence and to reduce pain. It is routinely ordered for patients following acute injuries and surgical procedures to improve their recovery, and it is an essential aspect of care for multiple chronic health conditions. As discussed, significant numbers of people incarcerated in the jail experience traumatic injuries in custody and have chronic health conditions. The jail fails to provide adequate rehabilitative therapy to incarcerated people despite the need for this care. Rehabilitative therapy services are provided off-site at Grady Hospital, which require custody staff to transport patients to and from the hospital for multiple sessions. The transport may involve an entire day in restraints that can cause significant pain and discomfort for a 30-minute treatment. By not offering rehabilitative therapy on-site at the jail makes it much more likely that these services will be out of reach for the incarcerated patients, as they may become temporarily or even permanently disabled as a result. For an example, an incarcerated person suffered blunt head trauma and was stabbed in assault in June of 2023. He experienced difficult standing, headaches, and dizziness. In August of 2023, it was discovered he had bleeding near his brain, requiring cranial surgery. Afterward, medical providers referred him to physical therapy and conditional therapy for limb strengthening. There is no record of him having physical therapy. The occupational therapist recommends weekly sessions for the next 4 weeks, but the jail did not schedule him for follow-ups and he did not return to therapy. When we met this person in January of 2024, he was using a wheelchair and expressed a need for rehabilitative therapy services. He previously worked in construction, but it is unlikely that he could return to work in his physical condition. Hey, Hellwalker. Thank you for stopping by and subscribing. I appreciate it. I truly do. It's good to see you. Medical and assistive care devices may be necessary to prevent people with physical disabilities from experiencing a deterioration of their physical condition, further injury, or inability to access critical services. Despite the significant number of people at the jail with physical disabilities, the jail does not ensure that medical necessary devices and supports are provided. We identified multiple failures to provide medical equipment to people with physical disabilities and put them at risk of harm. For example, we met a man with cerebral palsy who was unable to obtain specialty footwear that would allow him to walk with a normal gait. As a result, he wears socks without shoes in the jail, putting him at risk of falling or injuring himself. We met with another man with a hearing impairment who only received hearing aids in September of 2023, 5 months after an audiologist recommended them. And then, until we raised the issue with counsel, the man could not use the hearing aids because he could not charge the batteries. He missed the medication administration because he not hear it being announced. Wow. These are in addition to the jail's failures to provide adequate sleeping services for people with physical disabilities described in Section 2.5. Finally, the jail does not consistently use language interpretation services when providing care to incarcerated people with LEP. We spoke with a Spanish-speaking person who has serious medical needs related to prostate cancer. He reported that he does not receive interpretation services during his medical appointments and that the nurses do not speak Spanish. As a result, he cannot effectively communicate his needs and is experiencing a lot of pain. NAF Care staff explained that they do have access to telephonic language interpretation service, but it requires using a landline, and officers needs to pull out the patient out of the housing area to access it. The failure to provide language interpretation services for people with serious medical needs means they may not receive treatment necessary to resolve their condition or reduce pain and suffering. Jail and medical staff have an obligation to respond to people experiencing medical emergencies in the jail. Medical records, surveillance video, and body-worn camera footage reveal grossly deficient responses to medical emergencies at the jail by security and medical staff. When deputies or detention officers encounter an incarcerated person experiencing a medical emergency, they should notify staff and provide a basic first responder level of care. This includes, as appropriate, starting CPR, applying bandages to wounds, using an automated defibrillator, administering naloxone, or placing the patient in a recovery position to open the airway. And multiple deaths at the jail, however, the first responding officers fail to provide basic first responder care. While a proper emergency response may not have resulted in better outcome, the pattern of poor emergency responses poses a substantial risk of harm. For example, officers who responded to the fatal stabbing in August 2023 did not provide first responder care, so emergency medical care was delayed 3.5 minutes waiting for medical staff to arrive. 2 officers who responded to the homicide in September of 2022 can be seen on surveillance video standing around while the victim was on the ground unresponsive. The same month, Mr. Thompson was found slumped over in his cell, and the first responding officer did not perform CPR, delaying chest compressions several minutes. Officers reported that they do not routinely participate in man down or other medical emergency response drills with healthcare staff. In a death at the jail in December 2022, a medical provider failed to promptly assess a 24-year-old man brought to the MOU on a stretcher for complaints of severe constipation. Although the man was unable to stand, he was left alone in his cell. After 10 minutes, a medical provider briefly checked on him. When the provider returned 19 minutes later, the man was on the floor outside the cell, mostly not moving. Another 4 to 5 minutes passed with the man lying motionless on the floor before the provider took his vitals or assessed him. The jail houses male populations with serious medical needs in the MOU and female patients in the FOU. These patients are the jail's most medically fragile population, yet conditions in the MOU or FOU are dangerously inadequate. First, there's a lack of adequate nursing and medical staffing in these units to support patients who need assistance with toileting, bathing, eating, and transferring in and out of bed. We observed a patient in the MOU who was on the floor wearing only a diaper. Medical staff reported that he is partially paralyzed from a stroke and that they give him a walker every day for an hour of exercise. Medical staff did not appear alarmed when the man was otherwise on the floor and did not attempt to help him use the walker. This man required constant help with mobility, which the jail was not providing him and did not have staffing to provide. This is so sad. John says this isn't a prison, it's a free-for-all. It is insane. Augie says, how is this even happening in 2024? Right. A 75-year-old partially paralyzed person we observed in the MOU could not get out of bed, could not get into a wheelchair, and was bowel incontinent and had pressure ulcers on his back. This person reporting waiting hours and even days for medical staff to help change his diaper. He reported that nursing staff bathed him in his bed every few months. We observed him in a small cramped cell with no television or source of stimulation. He told us that before getting a cellmate, he was alone in his cell for 8 months and lost track of reality and family ties. In early 2024, he fell from his bed and fractured his hip. There is a substantial risk with this person's weakened state and the lack of appropriate nursing care. He will continue to decline in the MOU, will have worsening malnutrition, and that he will contract a fatal infection. Medical records of a 60-year, 5-year-old man who died in the MOU further underscore the need for nursing care in this unit to assist patients with daily activities. The man was described upon admission to the jail in February of 2023 as disheveled and having disorganized thoughts, and providers at 𝗍𝗄𝗄 Hospital later prescribed him dementia medications. A mental health status examination in March of 2023 noted that his boat or temporary bed was covered with toilet paper, apparent feces, and soiled clothing, that the floor in his cell was wet. Another mental health encounter that month documented that the man was visibly dirty, had hands soiled with feces, and that feces were spread on the wall of his cell, on his bed, and on his sheets. In April of 2023, a psychiatrist observed him drinking from the toilet in his cell. When the psychiatrist had an officer open the man's cell, they found boxes of uneaten food trays indicating that he was not eating. The psychiatrist reported that the man had developed infections in his leg from picking at skin ulcers with fingernails that had fecal matter on them. Oh my God, this is so brutal. The mattress on the floor and in his cell were soaked in urine, and he had no clothes on. Days later, this man was found unresponsive in cell, described as foul-smelling and dirty. He was transported to 𝗍𝗄𝗄 Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. I am like, what? A medical examiner attributed his death to heart disease. No, honey, it was not health disease. Maybe, or heart disease, maybe, but no. How he was living, he needed skilled nursing and memory care with support for his activities of daily living, including eating, bathing, and using the toilet. His inability to receive this care in the MOU increased his pain and the risk of infections. Second, the physical conditions in the MOU and FOU put people with serious medical risk at serious harm. Many cells in the MOU and FOU lack basic safety features such as grab bars on the walls to help people with mobility impairments to transfer between beds, wheelchairs or walkers, and toilets. We observed multiple people in the MOU and FOU using steel frame beds that did not meet their needs, including people with heart and lung problems that require elevation during sleep, and people who are at risk of skin ulcers without special mattresses and the ability to elevate parts of the bed. We also observed people sleeping on the floor of the MOU and FOU on temporary beds or mattresses. Patients who are a fall risk should not be sleeping on the floor because they may fall getting up from their beds or down onto the floor. Having medically fragile patients sleep in beds on the floor also creates a risk that they will decline physically because of the difficulty of getting off the floor for daily activities. Recent documentation from jail indicates that some medical beds have been added, but it is unclear if they will be adequate for the needs of the population. Finally, the jail has an inadequate emergency alert system for high-need patients to contact medical and jail staff in case of an emergency. There are emergency call buttons in the MOU and FOU cells, but they are not reliable. In the FOU, women reported that if they need medical attention overnight, they bang on their cell doors to alert two women who are housed in a cell with a broken lock. It is then up to the woman in that cell to leave their cell and go to the outer door of the FOU to bang on that door and get staff attention so they can render aid. Two women who were being treated for active seizures expressed the fear that they will be unable to get care at night if one of them has a seizure. The call buttons in the FOU alert to security posts that is unstaffed overnight when it is most needed. This is brutality.
One such detainee was left untreated for multiple stab wounds for a week until our team alerted the jail of his injuries. Also unaccounted for in these disturbing numbers are numerous allegations of violent rape, sexual assault, and harassment. The crisis of violence in the Fulton County Jail has resulted in part because of the lack of effective classification and housing planning, which allows for extremely violent individuals and gang members to be housed with vulnerable and low-risk individuals. And particularly, vulnerable individuals are most subject to violence in the jail, including people with serious mental illness, gay and transgender detainees, and 17-year-olds. In addition, the Fulton County Jail employs too few guards relative to the number of detainees to keep people safe, and poor maintenance of basic fixtures allows violence to go unchecked. But numbers aside, jail staff are often unaware of violence because they conduct inadequate security rounds. We uncovered incidents where hours or even days passed before victims of assaults were discovered by staff. In one shocking case, while an officer sat in an observation tower, a man was killed with his hands and his feet bound, not found until his body was extremely cold. Additionally, hundreds of broken light fixtures and cell doors allow violent detainees to move about at will in the shadows, sometimes through the very walls of the facility.
Wow.
Equally alarming, men and women in the Fulton County Jail also experience violence from the staff. Our investigation showed the crisis of violence, the lack of security at the Fulton County Jail is paired with staff that resort to the use of force too quickly and too often.
A majority of the people who have died in the jail in recent years had a mental illness. We found that 75% of those who died in the jail since January of 2021 had a current mental health diagnosis or reported a history of mental illness. The physical conditions of jail create substantial risk for people with mental health needs, as described above. There is easy access to contraband that may be used for self-harm. For example, in August of 2023, a person was able to possess a man-made weapon while on suicide watch in April 2024. A person was found in his cell using a needle to puncture a vein in his arm, causing severe blood loss. The jail has padded cells for people who are acutely self-harming, but the padded cells are often in disrepair and not suitable for this purposes. Jail leaders are aware that the padded cells have been unavailable for extended periods, and the cells have remained intermittently unavailable even after repairs. We observed padded cells in varying states of usability during our visits to the jail. On one visit, we observed a padded cell with padding ripped off the walls, exposing concrete. The cell had dried excrement, food, and other unknown material stuck to the walls, with litter, discarded clothing, and cockroaches in a drain on the floor. 2 padded cells had broken drainage grates with sharp edges that could be used for self-harm. We also viewed a padded cell with a metal sprinkler on the ceiling that could be used to tie off a ligature or self-harm. During one visit, we encountered a person in a padded cell that had broken floor pieces, which could have been used for self-harm. Mental health staff reported the custody staff used the padded cells for reasons other than their intended use, as mental health staff have discovered people in those cells without having been consulted or notified of suicidal ideation. Such use may contribute to problems with the physical state of the padded cells. Conditions on the mental health unit remain poor. Recent county inspections of the mental health unit documented one housing zone where both showers were inoperable and a foul-smelling odor in another zone caused by pooling water that had been an issue for months. In June of 2024, inspectors found that 10 cells in the mental health unit had broken lights. In some zones on the mental health unit, people are locked down and held in isolation for 23 hours a day in these conditions. These problems are exacerbated by a culture among custody officers where mental health issues are deprioritized. Incarcerated people told us that the custody staff disregard mental health complaints and requests for treatment. Mental health staff reported instances where custody staff would not respond appropriately to concerns. In January of 2024, we spoke with an incarcerated person who was detained in the psychiatric observation unit. He shared that he was considering unaliving himself and showed us a clear, visible fabric noose tied to the vent in his cell. We asked him to take it down, and he handed it over to the DOJ representatives. But when the DOJ representative notified nearby jail staff, the staff told us to throw it away in a nearby unsecured trash can and appeared to take no further action. The cumulative effect of poor physical conditions, security problems, and a culture of disregard is an environment in which mental health needs to go unmet and serious mental health conditions are exacerbated. For example, in August of 2023, incidents described above, when officers realized that a person on suicide watch had a man-made weapon, they repeatedly tased and sprayed the person with OC to gain compliance. Despite the person being on watch and silent in a daze, there was no undocumented effort to de-escalate or contact mental health staff before using force. In June of 2023, a person made multiple threats of self-harm and attempts at self-harm after reporting assaults and ongoing threats of both physical and SA. Mental health staff noted his focus on violence and unsanitary conditions of the jail. Necessary and mental health related interventions, treatment, and rehabilitative services are mostly unavailable to the jail, even for the people with mental health needs residing in specialized housing. Professionals responsible for mental health treatment in the jail are unable to provide services that meet minimum standards. The jail's contract with 𝗏𝐾are requires that 𝗏𝐾are provide people with mental health disabilities, psychosocial and medication therapies, and individual or group therapy as indicated in order to relieve symptoms, achieve a level of appropriate functioning, and prevent a relapse. But record review and interviews with jail staff, mental health staff, and detained people and advocates confirm that such services are available in the jail. Non-clinical mental health staff document educating patients about their mental health conditions, but not providing them therapy. Mental health staff describe their services as limited to crisis debilitation and medication management. Responses to requests for mental health care are often delayed because officers are unavailable to escort mental health staff to see patients. We heard numerous reports of requests for mental health care that went unanswered. The check-ins and mental health staff provide to people with mental health needs throughout the jail are brief and superficial. Quote unquote cell side check-ins lasting about 5 minutes with limited or no confidentiality are common. Some check-ins happen in a public view while the mental health provider stands in the hallway at the entrance of the housing zone. Incarcerated people in specialized mental health units lack access to minimally adequate mental health care. People on 3 North, the housing unit for those with mental health needs, generally receive the same low level of mental health care they would receive if they were housed in general population. This includes medications and the possibility of a brief check-in with a member of mental health staff. But even medication and monitoring check-ins are frequently unavailable or disrupted. Mental health staff told us it was not safe to have groups at the jail given the lack of custody staff, and so there's no group therapy provided. Being placed in the jail's other specialized mental health using, the POU only means that a person experiencing a mental health crisis, such as ideation, is separated from others, may be in a padded cell, and is available for more convenient monitoring. Mental health staff should develop and implement treatment plans for all patients with serious mental health needs. These treatment plans should be described treatment methods and should set goals for the patient's progress. But we found that even patients on their mental health unit did not have clearly defined treatment plans in the records. Finally, there are not enough psychiatric staff to meet the needs of the incarcerated population. There's only one full-time psychiatrist for the jail who is supported by a part-time psychiatrist and several psychiatric nurses. Given the significant mental health needs of the population, this is not sufficient staffing. Staffing records reveal that the South Annex does not have dedicated psychiatric coverage, despite the high needs of the population there, which includes 17-year-olds and people in restrictive housing. A psychiatric nurse practitioner reported traveling to the South Annex once per week to provide services, but this is likely not reflected in the schedule. Without consistent psychiatric coverage at this facility, it is likely that patients requiring psychiatric care at the South Annex will have significant delays in accessing care, and their care needs will not be met. Fulton County Jail fails to provide minimally adequate suicide prevention care to at-risk people. This failure creates a substantial risk for incarcerated people. Problems with the lack of confidentiality at intake and the ability of security staff, as discussed, make it harder for people to report these feelings during their initial unaliving themselves screen and to help them when needed. When people are identified at risk, the jail's prevention practices do not provide sufficient protection. People needing observation due to risk may be held in cells with tie-off points that could be used for hanging, objects or surfaces that could be used for self-harm, insufficient visibility into the cell, or other unsafe conditions that may increase risk of self-harm. While inspecting the POU, we saw officers bring in a person who had attempted by jumping off the top tier of his housing unit. Despite this, he was placed in a POU cell that was not suicide resistant. Some people are also placed on watch in restrictive housing units instead of cells designated for this prevention. Once people are placed on this observation, the jail does not provide constant observation on a continuous, uninterrupted basis, as required by the provider's prevention policy. Although there must be no more than 15 minutes between documented checks for a person on watch, there is often insufficient jail staff to meet this requirement. A December 2023 review found that 15-minute checks for patients were completed as required in 0% of 33 cases reviewed. Aside from observation and medication, no additional supports, therapy, or services are provided to people on this watch. As with others in the jail, people on suicide watch do not reveal counseling or talk therapy, skill building, or adequate crisis or safety planning. The jail watch practices consist only of isolation, monitoring, and medication, and failure to deliver even these aspects of safely and reliably put people in the jail at risk of serious harm. Moreover, the jail's failure to conduct routinely security rounds hourly, as described in the Protection from Harm, Section 3, makes it less likely that staff can prevent these unalivings from occurring in the housing units. It's brutal. I know. Love you, 𝐷𝐸ITG. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you so much. Finally, incarcerated people are often taken off watch quickly, in some cases the same day they were placed on watch, and without appropriate assessment of risk. In one case, a man died by suicide just a few hours after a post-watch assessment found he was not a danger to himself, raising questions about the adequacy of the assessment. Adequately safety planning, where underlying triggers and reasons leading to thoughts or attempts are addressed and mitigated using a plan agreed by the incarcerated person, but does not occur before release from watch. Although the applicable policy requires reassessment within 24 hours of being discharged by a qualified mental health professional, such follow-ups are inconsistent and may occur after 24 hours. These deficiencies create a substantial risk of harm. The jail reported 133 instances of self-harm or unaliving attempts, resulting in the need for medical treatment since 2021. This number includes serious attempts, including a September 22 attempt by hanging, where an incarcerated person broke his neck. In that same period, there have been 4 deaths by unaliving at the jail. All 4 deaths involved hanging and self-strangulation. In multiple deaths, the person likely had been dead for a long time before they were found. Wow. We found that the jail failed to provide adequate mental health care and monitoring to an incarcerated person with ideation and serious mental illness. 𝗫𝗫, who died by suicide in the jail, during intake screening, 𝗫𝗫 reported severe depression and auditory hallucinations. He expressed an intention and desire to unalive himself and was placed on observation. A psychiatrist evaluated 𝗫𝗫 but did not order psychiatric care or medication. 𝗫𝗫 was placed in restrictive housing for protective custody. Over the next several weeks, 𝗫𝗫 reported visual and auditory hallucinations on multiple occasions and was smearing feces in his cell. But there were no changes to his care. After about a month in restrictive housing, 𝗫𝗫 threw himself down the stairs in an apparent unaliving himself attempt. Following this incident, a mental health staff placed 𝗫𝗫 on and took him off suicide watch the same day. A psychiatrist evaluated him after the attempt and prescribed him antipsychotic and anxiety medications. 𝗫𝗫 was intermittently medication compliant in the weeks that followed. 1 month after his attempt, 𝗫𝗫 hung himself in his cell. He left a bizarre and disorganized note and drawings in his cell, suggesting that he had psychosis when he did this to himself. The officer who completed the last security round before finding 𝗫𝗫 hanging in his cell did not observe him because 𝗫𝗫 had covered his window with a blanket. The jail also failed to provide adequate mental health care to 𝗫𝗫, an incarcerated person with psychosis, depression, and PTSD. Upon entering the jail, 𝗫𝗫 reported anxiety, past trauma, and traumatic brain injury from a motor vehicle accident that he described as an unaliving attempt. He also reported both auditory and visual hallucinations. A psychiatric nurse practitioner diagnosed him with anxiety and prescribed anti-anxiety medication but did not screen him for PTSD or psychotic disorders. During subsequent mental health encounters, 𝗃 reported visual and auditory hallucination and asked for medications he received in prior incarceration, but he was not referred to psychiatry for 4 months. A psychiatric nurse practitioner then continued 𝗃 on the same medications despite his reported symptoms. 𝗃 was found dead in his cell a few weeks later, hanging from a noose. This is so brutal. First responders noted that his body was cold to the touch and had signs of rigor mortis. They estimated he had been dead for hours. He was found during morning head count, and a review of security footage shows that security staff did not complete rounds in his housing unit overnight. An adequate mental health program requires sufficient discharge planning for people exiting custody. Incarcerated people with mental health needs must have access to discharge planning that include a sufficient quantity of medications to allow continuous use, and a pre-discharge assessment, appointments with community providers, and medical records transferred to community providers. Though the jail provides some discharge planning services through NAFCARE, we learned that access to the services is only by request or referral. People whose medical or mental health conditions preclude them from effective self-advocacy, or those whose attorneys do not request discharge planning and coordination, often fall through the cracks. Advocates told us that people with mental health needs frequently leave the jail without a meaningful plan to support them in receiving crucial follow-up care. On discharge, they receive a boilerplate flyer that includes contact information for various resources and providers in the area, not a written plan related to their individual needs. One mother told us that her son with schizophrenia was released with active psychosis. The mother had wanted to arrange services for him before discharge so he would not end up reincarcerated due to his probation violations, as had happened previously, but she reported that he was discharged without notice to her after he had been unable to speak with her for several days. He was released to the street and had a stranger call for help, but then she had to have a rideshare pick him up while he was still experiencing psychosis and bring him to a detox facility. We reviewed the medical records of another person who was discharged while possibly in active opiate withdrawal. We found no documentation of discharge planning or any documented consideration of services and supports upon discharge for this person. Similarly, people who take prescription medication are generally offered only 4 days of medication upon discharge. Reentering people are directed to obtain this medication on a weekday between 8 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. after their release, which may be difficult for people discharged outside of those hours. Although the norm is 4 days, people can receive up to 30 days of medication with a court order, but not every re-entering person will get a court order. And for people with serious mental health needs, 4 days may be insufficient to allow them to obtain medication from a provider in their community. These inadequate services increase the likelihood that people with mental health needs will be rearrested and returned to the jail, beginning a new cycle of inadequate mental health care, exacerbation of mental health problems, and recidivism. Jail and medical staff should review all deaths in custody to identify problems with the decedent's treatment, areas for improvement, and solutions to any problems identified. The county and the sheriff's office have an active role in these reviews. They should also monitor NAFCARE services to ensure that quality care is provided. The jail's medical provider conducts morbidity and mortality reviews of following deaths at the jail, but they are cursory and fail to identify care deficiencies. For example, following 𝗪𝐶's death, the morbidity and mortality review found no reason to analyze the root of 𝗪𝐶's death and found no areas of care that were deficient or needed improvement, even though she had missed multiple consecutive doses of seizure medications and died of a seizure. We found deficiencies in care provided in non-homicide jail deaths were reviewed. The jail's medical staff, however, concluded half of its mortality rates with no recommendations, no findings of deficiency, and no need for improvement. Mortality reviews and psychological autopsies for death from suicide have minimal detail and lack analysis and corrective action plans. Additionally, the county and the sheriff's office do not closely monitor NAFCARE services in the jail to ensure adequate health care is provided. The sheriff's healthcare program monitors NAFCARE services by reviewing staff vaccines. NAFCARE credits money back to the county that is not used because of understaffing and by attending regular meetings with healthcare providers. Some corrective actions are identified and discussed during these meetings, but the health program manager does not track them to make sure they are put in place and does not assess the adequacy of the contractor's medical care. The health program manager's background is in mental health, yet she does not monitor NAFCARE's provision of mental health services in jail. Hey, Gala. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. And hi, Gracie. I appreciate you being here as well. We're reviewing the DOJ report for Fulton County Jail and humane conditions. Restrictive housing and discipline. Conditions in restrictive housing in the Fulton County Jail expose people to a substantial risk of serious harm, including self-injury, decomposition, and acute mental illness. The jail routinely holds people with serious mental illness and youth in restrictive housing despite their vulnerability to such harm. The jail imposes lengthy terms in restrictive housing as a form of punishment without accommodations for people with mental health disabilities or due process protections. Jails use restrictive housing, sometimes referred to as solitary confinement, to manage incarcerated people who threaten jail safety. Restrictive housing conditions violate the 8th and 14th Amendments when they create a substantial risk of serious harm to incarcerated people, and when the officials who oversee a jail's restrictive housing practices act with deliberate indifference to the risk. The isolation resulting from the restrictive housing can pose a substantial risk of psychological, emotional, and physical harm, including depression, anxiety, psychosis, self-injury, and suicide. The potential for serious harm may depend on the length of placement in restrictive housing and whether the conditions cause the deprivation of identifiable human need, such as the right to food, warmth, exercise, or basic sanitation and hygiene. Certain populations, including youth and people with serious mental health issues, are particularly vulnerable to the harms associated with restrictive housing and are especially impacted by it. In light of the well-established risks associated with restrictive housing, qualified mental health professionals must assess before they are placed in restrictive housing to determine whether restrictive housing is likely to cause them harm. People with serious mental health needs and youth should not be subjected to prolonged periods of restricted housing in inadequate conditions and without appropriate services. Qualified medical and mental health staff must regularly monitor all people in restrictive housing to watch for signs of decline and recommend removal from restrictive housing when necessary. We kind of saw this play out in a recent case, right, with the Delphi trial, how whether you think Richard Allen is guilty or not, it's, the conditions he was being held in were also inhumane, if you ask me. Despite the well-known and serious risks to psychological and physical health, the jail has a practice of holding people, including people with serious mental health needs and youth, in harmful restrictive housing conditions for long periods with adequately assessing and monitoring them harm. The jail's restrictive housing policy does not require that mental health assess people before they are placed in restricting housing to determine whether restrictive housing is contradicted because of harm. NAFCARE policy states that there should be a record review when someone is placed in segregation to assess them for contradictions, but it does not explain what a contradiction to segregation. When conducting rounds in restrictive housing units, NAFCARE staff fill out a form that includes yes and no checkboxes to indicate whether there are any I think they meant contradictions to segregation, but these assessments appear to occur after someone is already placed in restrictive housing, and healthcare staff rarely note a contradiction. I guess that's what they mean. To respective, am I just saying that wrong? To restrictive housing. The form appears to auto-populate no response to both the questions for segregation and the question for ideation. As a result, people at risk for serious harm from prolonged restrictive housing are routinely confined in restrictive housing conditions. One restrictive housing zone in October of 2023, 13 of 17 people in the zone had a current or recent diagnosis of a serious mental illness. That's 76.5%. These diagnoses include bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, depression, and psychotic disorders, of all which are conditions that may be made worse by restrictive housing. The jail's restrictive housing units are highly isolating and often unsanitary. Restrictive housing confinements inside a cell for 22, 23, or 24 hours a day. Showers may only happen 3 times a week, and following out of cell time on Friday, incarcerated people stay in their cells until allowed on Monday. Conditions are particularly restrictive for people placed in restrictive housing for disciplinary reasons. The jail's disciplinary segregation policy indicates that people in the disciplinary restrictive housing need only be let out of their cells for 1 hour a day, 5 days a week. Some people in disciplinary restrictive housing reported that not receiving this minimum allowance, instead only getting out of their cell for 2 days a week or going a week without leaving their cell. When people in the disciplinary restrictive housing do get out of their cells, there's nothing productive for them to do because they generally cannot use a phone to speak with loved ones, participate in programming, or order commissary products other than the basic hygiene items. At the time of our initial inspection in August of 2023, the main jail had 6 designated restrictive housing zones with 32 to 36 people in each, and they were some of the most dangerous and poorly maintained zones. One suicidal person confined to such a zone complained that his unit was dark and lacked electricity, describing it as the hole. An officer told us that people had set fires and hung themselves to get out of these cells. There were repeated incidents of self-harm in these restrictive housing units. In August of 2023, an incarcerated person with BPD disorder and a major depressive disorder was found in a restrictive housing cell with a sheet wrapped around his neck. He was put on watch for 1 day after this attempt, then returned to restrictive housing. The person described struggling, being behind the door, and told mental health, "I can't go in the hole." Records reflect that medical and security staff discussed moving the incarcerated person out of restricted housing within 2 to 14 days. Instead, he remained in restrictive housing for more than 2 months. In December of 2022, an incarcerated person with major depressive disorder and PTSD had been in restrictive housing for 41 days, attempting unaliving himself by hanging. He suffered respiratory failure and was hospitalized for a week after following this attempt. After officers cut him down and while they were searching for an AED machine to revive him, they were alerted that another person was hanging from a light fixture in his cell at the same time in the same zone. In May 2022, an incarcerated person who had been in restrictive housing over 50 days attempted again by hanging. Days later, this person was back in restrictive housing and started a fire in his cell. He said that he started the fire because he was having a mental health crisis and wanted help. He reported that he had cut his wrist, was bleeding, and had swallowed 2 zippers. In the fall and winter of 2023, the jail took many restrictive housing units in the main jail offline due to security and maintenance issues and moved most restrictive housing to the South Annex. Conditions in the South Annex are intentionally punitive. Writing supplies are not allowed. Medical request forms are not available. Personal property is limited, and books, including religious texts, are restricted. There is a high frequency of threats, gestures, or self-harm in the restricting housing at the South Annex. In September and October of 2023 alone, there were multiple such incidents. During this period, an incarcerated person with serious mental illness had 3 incidents of suicide gestures in the same restrictive housing unit. In the first incident, he was observed standing on a sink in his cell with a rope around his neck and another end of the rope tied to a sprinkler. About 2 weeks later, he required medical care for banging his head. He told mental health staff that he had been confined in his cell for 24 hours, a trigger for him, and that he would bang his head wide open if kept in these conditions. Several days later, he reported again being suicidal, but put a screw in his mouth and threatened to swallow it. At the time of the third incident, he was 74 days into a 90-day disciplinary restrictive housing sanction. Also, during this period, an incarcerated person with PTSD and a major depressive disorder put a noose around his neck and tied it to his bunk. When officers entered his cell, there were feces spread all over his body and the cell. He remained in restrictive housing and continued self-harm, cutting his wrist with a zipper and banging his head on the wall. In another incident, an incarcerated person was observed in a restrictive housing cell with a torn piece of uniform around his neck. The incarcerated person told an officer, "As long as I am here, I'm going to try and unalive myself." And the officer had to use a cutting tool to get him down. At the time of this incident, a person has been in disciplinary restrictive housing for 52 days on multiple consecutive sanctions, totaling 188 days. Hey, my traveling gypsy tarot. Despite serious mental health issues, mental health needs in these restrictive housing units. Mental health care is difficult to access at the South Annex. There's no mental health clinic for confidential mental health sessions. There are no resistant mental health observation cells, and medical request forms are not provided. People who express this ideation or attempt this at South Annex generally go to the main jail for brief periods of observation before returning to restrictive housing, even in cases where there is a clear connection between self-harm and the restrictive housing conditions. We also found that in multiple cases, officers refused to transport or significantly delay transporting people from the South Annex to the main jail for observation and assessment. In January of 2024, a man attempted unaliving himself in a restricted housing by hanging and ingested a melted down ice pack. Correctional officers did not contact medical or mental health staff to evaluate this man for over 90 minutes and did not transport him to an outside hospital for treatment until the next day. In September of 2023, several people designated for watch were left in shackles in the South Annex holding cage for 4 days before going to the main jail. That same month, an incarcerated person was observed banging his head in his restrictive housing cell, and mental health staff at the main jail asked that he be brought here for risk assessment. A sergeant at the South Annex said that they had no one to transport this person, and he would have to wait until the next shift. The person was sent back to his cell, banged his head against the wall again, lost consciousness, and woke up on the floor in a puddle of blood. In August of 2023, when a mental health provider completed a housing transfer form for someone who was actively suicidal in restrictive housing, a South Annex sorter told her that the patient would not be transported due to short staffing. The next day, the provider learned that the person was still at South Annex. The provider visited the person in the cell and found him with the noose around his neck. She completed another transfer form for the person to go to the main jail for observation, but again, a sergeant told her that the person would stay at the South Annex. A day later, the person was found entwined up in the rafters and pipes with strips of synthetic material around his neck like a noose. Fire, rescue, and police officers from the Union City were called to get the person down from the ceiling, and he was then transported to an outside hospital for evaluation. The difficulty incarcerated people have accessing mental health in the South Annex increases the risk that people in restrictive housing there will suffer harm. People in restrictive housing in the jail spend long periods in isolation conditions. The jail imposes disciplinary and restrictive housing sanctions up to 90 days for one such serious rule violation, and multiple violations for a single incident that can be stacked for a much longer term. In 2023, the jail issued 172 disciplinary restrictive housing sanctions of 90 days or more, including 14 sanctions of 180 days or more in a restrictive housing. The longest restrictive housing sanction imposed was 188 days. These lengthy terms in disciplinary restrictive housing exceed what is described in the jail book and jail policy. People also experience lengthy non-disciplinary periods in restrictive housing. In December of 2023, one person with a diagnosed serious mental illness had been in administrative segregation for 692 days. Wow. Another person had been in restrictive housing on protective custody for 701 days. These long periods of segregation, particularly in a jail that fails to provide adequate mental health monitoring or treatment, poses risk of harm. Even people in mental health housing may be subject to extremely isolating conditions. When people with mental health disabilities are considered acute, high risk, or non-compliant with medication, they are placed in a restrictive zone of the mental housing unit to stabilize them. There they experience an extremely restricted confinement with only 1 hour out of cell time each day. As widely recognized in the medical, psychiatric, and correctional treatment communities, restrictive housing is especially risky for children and young adults due to their developmental immaturity and lack of well-developed coping mechanism. The National Commission on Correctional Health warns, psychologically, children are different from adults, making their time spent in isolation even more difficult and developmental, and the psychological and physical damage more comprehensive and lasting. Courts too consider the impacts of adolescent development on the rights of children to be free from overuse of restricting housing. One federal court found no dispute that solitary confinement has a very negative effect on the developing brain of adolescents. and explained that for young people being held in isolation, it exacerbates already existing mental health problems, can exacerbate or cause the onset of mental illness and depression, and causes an increased risk of unaliving attempts. Brain development continues into young adulthood, and particular attention must be paid to the impact of restrictive housing on young adults. The jail has a practice of confining 17-year-old children in restrictive housing conditions, thereby placing them at serious risk of harm. In September of 2023, 5 17-year-old boys at the South Annex submitted grievances complaining that they were not getting out of their cells. When we toured the South Annex in October of 2023, 17-year-olds in the Youthful Offender Unit were confined to their cells for 22 more hours a day. Since that visit, the jail appears to have still increased the amount of the time the 17-year-old boys are out of their cell during the day. Still, the jail has an ongoing practice of locking down groups of 17-year-old boys for rule violations. In April of 2024, 6 17-year-old boys each received 21 days of disciplinary segregation as punishment after officers found burning papers and makeshift weapons in their cell. The jail has housed at least one 17-year-old boy in an adult disciplinary restrictive housing cell block. In June of 2023, the 17-year-old reported stress from being in restrictive housing and concerns about being there with adults. For at least a month, he was put on a neutral loaf punishment and received a blended, unintentionally unappetizing meal loaf on a rotating schedule while in restrictive housing. At one point, he flooded his cell with toilet water because he could not use a phone, and even though he was naked, an officer ordered him to lie on the floor of the flooded cell. From September to October of 2023, the 17-year-old boy had multiple instances of self-harm and ideation while serving an 84 disciplinary restrictive housing sanction, including banging his head, cutting his wrist, and jumping from the top tier of the housing pod with the noose around his neck. 17-year-old girls are also held in conditions that amount to restrictive housing. The jail houses 17-year-old girls at the main jail in the FOU. There, they get out of the cell no more than 90 minutes a day and have no programming or additional opportunities. We spoke to 2 17-year-old girls living in these conditions who reported serious mental health needs and a lack of mental health treatment in the jail. The ADA prohibits the jail from excluding people with disabilities from participation or denying them benefits of jail services, programs, or activities based on their disability or subjecting them to discrimination. To avoid discrimination on the basis of a disability, the jail must make reasonable modifications to its policies and practices unless it can show that modifications would fundamentally alter its services, programs, or activities. We found that the jail discriminates against incarcerated people with mental health disabilities by failing to implement reasonable modifications to avoid the inappropriate and harmful isolation of people with mental health disabilities in restrictive housing. When an inmate's behavior resulting from the mental illness is a reason for use of restricting housing, courts have concluded that the automatic use of restricting housing is discriminatory when it is imposed without a consultation with a mental health profession or when the inmate was denied mental health treatment for the behavior at issue. The ADA requires the jail to reasonably modify its disciplinary system to avoid punishment as a consequence of behavior attributable to mental health disabilities that result in unnecessary segregation. This is particularly true because a mentally stable person would experience living conditions that, though restrictive, wouldn't produce nearly the same deleterious impact. The ADA does not preclude jail officials from enforcing rules against people with mental health disabilities to address legitimate safety threats, but jail officials still are required to conduct an individualized assessment using the objective medical evidence and reasonable judgment. They must consider whether there are other ways to mitigate the safety threats, including by making reasonable modifications to jail practices. Hi, Kim. I'm glad you got a gifted membership. I'm glad to hear that. I appreciate you being here. Esther says, yeah, it is. I agree. I'm glad you got a membership. Enjoy it. The jail's, wait, did I skip that part? The jail's disciplinary policy includes provisions recognizing the need to involve mental health staff in the disciplinary process, but these aspects of the policy are not followed. When a person with a known or suspected mental health disorder is charged with a rule violation and placed in segregation while awaiting resolution of the charge, jail policy requires a jail supervisor to consult mental health professionals to determine whether the rule violation alleged is attributable to mental illness. My apologies. Jail policy also provides that mental health staff participate in disciplinary hearings involving people with known or suspected mental health disorders. Despite these policy provisions, the sheriff's office does not consult mental health regarding disciplinary sanctions. The jail described a general practice of not sanctioning people in mental health housing, but this offers no protection to people with mental health disabilities outside mental health housing. We found that in multiple cases, people with apparent mental health needs received lengthy restrictive housing sanctions, and there was no indication of any consultation with mental health staff regarding their role mental health played in the misconduct alleged or their appropriateness of restricted housing. In August of 2023, an incarcerated person on unaliving themselves watch in a restrictive housing was charged with a disciplinary offense for resisting restraint after he refused to give up a man-made weapon hidden in his buttocks. He was placed on psychiatric observation, found to be exhibiting psychosis, and involuntarily treated with antipsychotic medication, then returned to restrictive housing 4 days later. Mental health followed up with him for a post-unaliving himself watch assessment, but there is no evidence that anyone assessed whether ongoing restrictive housing was contrained until several days later when they checked a box indicating that it was not contradicted. The person received a 56-day disciplinary restrictive housing sanction for his conduct during this episode of psychosis. He later died in a homicide in a restrictive housing. How many have we just read about that unalive themselves due to these conditions? I mean, I can't even keep track. In June of 2023, an incarcerated person sought officer help because he feared people were out to get him and kill him. The incarcerated person tried to leave his housing area and hit an officer while swinging his arms. The disciplinary officer found him guilty of multiple charges in connection with this incident and imposed 60 days of restrictive housing. The disciplinary officer identified the person as mental health, but consistent with the jail's usual approach, there's no evidence that the officer consulted mental health staff and the impact about his mental health may have had on the alleged behavior or the decision to punish him with restrictive housing. The jail can reasonably modify its practices to avoid discrimination by abiding its policy, requiring consultation with mental health professionals before imposing to discipline or to consider whether the incarcerated person's conduct at issue is a result of a disability. If so, the jail should avoid discipline in favor of mental health supports and treatment. When any person is being considered for restrictive housing, the jail's treatment professionals should also conduct an individualized assessment before placement to determine whether such placement is contrained due to the person's mental health needs. If restricting housing is contradicted, the jail should offer adequate supports and treatment to keep the person in a less restrictive setting. For people being placed in a restrictive housing, mental health professionals should consider whether the harms of restrictive housing can be mitigated or whether the length of stay in a restrictive housing unit can be reduced through treatments or support. Before a pretrial detainee is punished for violating a jail rule, there must be a due process hearing to determine what he violated. A due process hearing is one before an impartial decision maker in which pretrial detainees have a chance to call witnesses and present evidence when not unduly hazardous to institutional safety or correctional goals. Due process further requires that pretrial detainees receive a written statement of reasons for any disciplinary action taken. Jails, therefore, should provide an opportunity for someone accused of violating a jail rule to present evidence contesting the charges before a neutral arbiter and to receive a written explanation of findings from the hearing. In violation of the 14th Amendment, due process guarantees the jail punishes people by confining them to restrictive housing for lengthy periods of time without due process. The jail routinely disciplines people without providing them a hearing. Despite jail policies requiring disciplinary hearings, there are not enough disciplinary officers to handle the high volume of reports. It is also perceived as inconvenient and unsafe for a disciplinary officer to go into a housing unit to meet with people and provide them hearings. For mid-level violations, the jail has a practice of issuing time-served sanctions without providing hearings. Pursuant to this practice, after someone has been locked down awaiting resolution of a mid-level disciplinary charge for 14 days, or as we found in some cases, several weeks or even months, disciplinary officers may issue a punishment of time served with providing without providing the incarcerated person an opportunity to be heard at a due process hearing. For example, in August of 2023, an incarcerated person with a developmental or intellectual disability was charged with throwing feces at an officer. The disciplinary officer did not rule on the charges for 106 days, citing hearing officer overwork to excuse the delay, and then found the person guilty of assaulting staff and issued a time served sanction. By that time, the person had served 38 days in restrictive housing without a hearing. In January of 2024, there were 135 disciplinary reports at the jail, and disciplinary officers issued time served sanctions in 83, which is 61% of those cases. The average time served sanction was 20 days. In cases involving the most serious rule violations, incarcerated people are regularly found guilty and receive a lengthy disciplinary sanctions in restrictive housing, 60 days or longer, without a chance to contest the charges at a hearing. In September of 2023, one person received a 160-day restrictive housing sanction, and 3 people received 180-day restricting housing sanctions, and none appear to have had a disciplinary hearing. Disciplinary officers often write combative on the disciplinary hearing form to justify not providing a hearing. In one case in September of 2023, a disciplinary officer wrote combative housing unit on a disciplinary hearing form, indicating that the accused person did not receive a due process hearing because the disciplinary officer thought his housing unit was too dangerous to enter. The disciplinary officer found the person guilty of unauthorized exit from a cell or zone and imposed 28 days of restricting housing. In August of 2023, a disciplinary officer wrote combative inmate in place of an incarcerated man's signature on the disciplinary form, and as apparent justification for not providing a hearing, commented that all the people in the lockdown zone were out and their doors were open. The man received a 90-day restrictive housing sanction. Additionally, disciplinary officers regularly fail to provide a written statement for reasons for the disciplinary action taken. In one sample of 60 reports from June of 2023, the disciplinary officer issued a sanction in 98 days of the cases, and none of the reports had a statement explaining the factual basis for guilty finding. Disciplinary officers simply circled and wrote the word G above to indicate guilt without providing the reasons for this decision. I know. Sarah's shocked. We're all shocked. Yes, Sarah, this is crazy. It's sad that people went through that and wasn't heard, and like how many lost their life. I think we've read like 20 people just from like a few pages that we've read. So I can't imagine the lawsuits coming to this county soon. I don't know if you guys can see oh, there you go. Sorry, I went too fast. This is a sample discipline form. That's what they look like. The goal of discipline is to promote order and make the jail safer. But the jail's disciplinary practices are arbitrary and unfair, and they expose incarcerated people to dangerous conditions in the restrictive housing unit. The jail's failure to provide eligible children with disabilities a free and appropriate public education violates their rights under the Individuals Disabilities Education Act, known as IDEA. IDEA imposes certain requirements regarding the education of children with disabilities. Children suspected of having a disability must be properly evaluated for eligibility for certain special education and related services. Once children are found eligible, they must receive appropriate public education according to their needs. Each child receives an individualized education program, which must include both specially designed instruction tailored to meet the child's unique needs and related services to permit them to benefit from that instruction. The IDEA also provides procedural safeguards to students with disabilities facing disciplinary consequences, including a requirement to consider positive behavioral interventions and supports to address behavior problems, and an obligation to engage in specific review process when a child's behavior results in their removal from the classroom of 10 or more days. The jail typically houses 30 17-year-olds, but it does not identify or evaluate potentially eligible 17-year-olds to provide the free and appropriate public education required by IDEA. The average length of stay of people who enter the jail at 17 years old is 392 days. Yet, during multiple visits to the 17-year-old boy pod at the Fulton County Jail South Annex, and in visits to the unit where 17-year-old girls were held in the main jail, we received consistent information indicating a lack of any educational services whatsoever for the youth. And our short investigation revealed no evidence that the jail has attempted to comply with its important obligations under the IDA. As a result, 17-year-old children who are eligible for special education services do not receive them while incarcerated in the jail. And then, so I'm just going to read through the remedial measures. So they're saying protection from harm. And it includes like everything, you know, that they need to change in their policies. Environmental and health hazards. Like implement and ensure adherence to jail sanitation policies, physical plant development, and implement a comprehensive plan to promptly inspect, clean, and repair or replace, maintain certain parts of the physical plant, and then list a bunch of just stuff that they need to repair. So I'm going to skip through that. We heard about the conditions, right? Pest control and ectoparasites, develop and then implement a comprehensive integrated pest control system for all parts of the jail that uses prevention measures to keep pests from entering the jail and control measures to reduce and eliminate pests. Chemical control, food and service, nutrition. And then we have medical and mental health care, modify and implement jail policies, procedures, and practices for intake screening, sick call, access to medical care, ensure the jails and medical providers quality assurance program, increase medical and mental health staffing, restructure the medical and mental health intake screening area, conduct joint man-down drills with medical and custodial staff, and address problems identified. I'm like, they're going to need to just knock that jail down, rebuild it, and get all new people, because this seems to be major issues here. Major issues. Restrictive housing and discipline, train all sergeants, lieutenants, and captains and disciplinary officers in constitutional and generally accepted jail practices. And it lists that. Season using confinement and adult restrictive housing as a sanction for 17-year-olds, special education and related services relating to IDEA, education for the younger people. And then let me read the conclusion. In summary, our investigation found reasonable cause to believe that Fulton County and the Fulton County Sheriff's Office violate the constitutional and statutory rights of people confined at the Fulton County Jail by, with deliberate indifference to the risk of harms, failing to protect incarcerated people from violence, engaging in a pattern or practice of excessive force, failing to provide humane living conditions, failing to provide adequate medical and mental health care, confining incarcerated people in dangerous restrictive housing conditions without due process and in discriminatory manner, and failing to provide special education services to qualified 17 years old. We are obligated to advise you that 49 days after issuance of this letter, the Attorney General may initiate a lawsuit pursuant to 𝗪𝗏 to correct deficiencies and identified in the findings report if state officials have not satisfactorily addressed our concerns. The Attorney General may also move to intervene in related private suits 15 days after issuance of the report. The findings report is a public document and will be posted to the Civil Rights Division website. We look forward to working cooperatively to ensure these violations are remedied. Thank you, John. I appreciate you for being here. You hung out for quite some time. I mean, that was a pretty big document. So I appreciate you guys for hanging out and being here. We are done reading the document. I'm just going to finish the press conference.
We found that staff were regularly deploying tasers and pepper spray without any warning, and for minor rule infractions like failing to hang up a phone quickly enough, yelling, or not putting items away as instructed. The rampant use of tasers is particularly disturbing. The risk of cavalier deployment of tasers is not just the temporary pain of electrocution. Detainees have been hospitalized for serious injuries caused by probes that are embedded in sensitive parts of the body, like the neck and even in the bone. The excessive use of force in the jail is not confined to a few bad actors. Officers lack policy and training guidance on whether and when force is appropriate, and when officers cross the line, the jail rarely holds them to account. In some cases, the policy is glaringly inconsistent with established use of force techniques, Written policies explicitly state that staff may deploy their tasers against suicidal or emotionally disturbed persons without any assessment of danger to themselves or to others. Staff are permitted to use force when a person interrupts their work, and the use of force reports and supervisor reviews bear this out. Supervisors rarely assess a need for the use of force if they do it at all. Perhaps most concerning, our investigation showed that even when the jail determines that an officer used excessive force, discipline is virtually non-existent. Those officers go back to their jobs to repeat the same conduct. Aside from the glaring risk of violence, detainees face the insidious threat of unsafe living conditions, constant exposure to rodents and pests, and an unsettling disregard for food safety. Detainees in the Fulton County Jail lack basic necessities like working toilets and sinks, and are exposed to flooding, standing water, mold, and what can only be described as filth. Pests carrying bacteria and disease not only run rampant in food preparation areas, but have infested the bodies of the people in the jail, people like LaShawn Thompson. Earlier this year, our team was evacuated from a housing unit in the jail because of a lice outbreak. Given the high incidence of violence in the jail, the need for adequate medical and mental health care is critical. The Fulton County Jail has failed to provide constitutionally adequate care to the men, women, and young people in the custody of the Fulton County Jail in virtually all respects. For a time, because of the unsafe conditions in the jail, Fulton County's health care provider, NAPCare, nearly terminated its contract to provide medical and mental health services for fear that their staff would become victims of the dangerous environment without proper security escorts. The lack of security left an entire floor of the jail without adequate access to care because it was simply too dangerous for the healthcare workers to go inside. Medication and treatment are often impeded by flooding in a unit, power outages, and the unavailability of officer escorts. This lack of care in the Fulton County Jail has led to at least 17 non-homicide, non-suicide deaths in 2022 and 2023, a rate that is more than twice the national average since 2019. A detainee who reported chest pain later died of a heart attack. Jail failed to assess a man for rapid weight loss before he died, much like LaShawn Thompson, who died after losing over 30 pounds in 3 months. These figures likely underreport the true death toll of people who were transported out of the jail to Grady Hospital and died outside of the jail walls. If someone dies in the jail, there's little or no effort by the jail to determine the root cause of their death. 75% of the people who have died in Fulton County Jail since 2021 had a current mental health diagnosis or a history of mental illness. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the mental health treatment options and suicide prevention practices are grossly inadequate in Fulton County Jail. Our team observed firsthand how custody staff deprioritize mental health issues and fail to respond appropriately to concerns. Requests for mental health treatment are delayed or ignored, and mental health staff are simply unable to provide the minimum standard of care for those who need it. Daily medication is often unavailable, and suicidal detainees are often isolated and locked in restrictive housing in lieu of treatment. And when people are released from the Fulton County Jail, they are frequently left without the medication needed to sustain their health, without notice to their families, and sometimes actively experiencing a mental health episode. This is not a recipe for ensuring the safety of these individuals upon release or the safety of our community, and it is constitutionally unacceptable. Finally, I'd like to speak about a population in the Fulton County Jail that many may not know exists, a population of 17-year-old boys and girls. All of the constitutional violations that I've discussed today apply with equal force to the young people housed at Rice Street and the annex facilities. The average stay of a 17-year-old in the Fulton County Jail is 392 days. In that time, they are particularly and uniquely at risk for violence, lack of access to mental health care, risk of suicide while in isolation in restrictive housing. During the team's tour of the South Annex, they learned the boys there were held in their cells for 22 hours or more frequently. The girls housed at Rice Street fare no better. And to the extent that these young people require a kind of specialized educational programs that are called for by federal law, they are not getting them. In fact, no educational services of any kind are provided to the 17-year-old detainees in Fulton County. These young people deserve better. You see that our report lays out the bare minimum measures Fulton County Jail must take to comply with its obligations under the Constitution and federal law. We are appreciative of the cooperation of the Fulton County Sheriff thus far, and we look forward to working with them going forward to remedy these civil rights violations in the weeks and months to come. The Northern District of Georgia prioritizes the protection and enforcement of civil rights for our district's most vulnerable residents. We are grateful for the impactful partnership for our colleagues from the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division. We would not be here today without their collaboration. 2022, when I became U.S. Attorney, we formalized our tradition of civil rights work in this office. It's a tradition that dates back to the very first United States Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. We did so by formally establishing a public integrity and civil rights section. This talented, dedicated team of assistant U.S. attorneys, investigators, paralegals, legal assistants, and even interns are to be commended for this work. This team is comprised of people who are citizens of this district, people who live in Fulton County and work every day in Fulton County. They have spent countless hours in the Fulton County Jail speaking with the men, women, and young people housed at the Fulton County Jail. I'm proud to be their colleague. I'm grateful for their relentless effort in upholding the rule of law, advancing the public safety, and protecting civil rights. That's our mission. We relish the opportunity to fight for the rule of law, for the safety of our citizens, and for the civil rights of every human being who lives in the Northern District of Georgia. We do so because our Constitution and our mission mandate equal justice under the law for everyone. Thank you.
What about like before all of this? I mean, didn't they implement any of this beforehand? Clearly not. Nonetheless, I appreciate you guys for being here. Oh my gosh, we can sit here and say we read through 105 pages of documents. Yes, we did. Absolutely. You guys know I love to read those. But anyways, I appreciate you guys for hanging out and watching this. Now you are aware of Fulton County in Georgia jail. And just know that there's many jails that have this issue going on. So it does need awareness. And my heart goes out to all those people who have lost a family member due to this brutality in the prison system, in the jail system. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. Please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, do all the YouTube things. I will be back in like an hour. I've been covering the 𝗏𝗏 case, if you're not familiar. And I will be back with a hearing for that shortly. So I hope to see you guys there. Tipsy, Gracie, Esther, John, beautiful Sarah, Esther, did I say Esther? Gypsy, Tarot, Fatty for gifting. All of you guys, Kim for being here, Cole, anyone who I missed, I appreciate you guys for being here and supporting my little channel. I hope to see you guys for another live here shortly. I hope you guys have a good evening. And again, thanks for being here and hanging out through, that was a long document. Anyways, kudos to you guys. I will see you guys soon. Bye.